Now everything should be working. Go ahead and check my studio quality. Use my studio quality program. Check up on it. See what it's looking like. Okay. All right. It's looking pretty official. It's definitely looking pretty official. It's almost like, somebody know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Almost like somebody know what they're doing. Somebody knows what they're doing. Somebody know what it's about. I had some leftover Uber bucks because I ordered a Popeye's chicken sandwich like 3 times in a row. One time I ordered this Popeye's chicken sandwich. This is all in the same day. I ordered one chicken sandwich. They delivered it to the wrong address. Then I ordered another chicken sandwich to replace that one. They said, okay, we'll give you your money back. I ordered another chicken sandwich. They charged me. They went up to pick it up, and they never confirmed that they picked it up. But they never confirmed they're dropping it off. They picked it up. They confirmed they picked it up, and they never brought it to me. And then I ordered another chicken sandwich. The other driver canceled. Then I ordered another chicken sandwich. This is all the same day, Popeyes. This is how people in this city are. I ordered me another sandwich, and when I ordered this sandwich, the dude dropped off his fries. He ordered fries and gave me a bag fluffed up to make it look like the sandwich was in there. Put his fries in there and kept my sandwich. So we don't try to have chicken tails like that anymore, man. We try to have happy chicken tails. It's called a happy accident when things work. That's what it's about. When things work. That's why you don't paint your computer black, because it ain't going to work. But yeah, from all of that ordering, I end up having a surplus of money left on Uber that I forgot about until I went back on there and seen it. What we have here is we have the Ray John Cajun. This Cajun chicken sandwich, nice and raging, Cajun flavored, spicy, Louisiana flavors, all that good shit in there. And I could have sworn I told them to give me a different one for the second sandwich, but I won't be surprised if they gave me the same damn thing. Chicken is chicken after all, right? Damn, they gave me like 3 ranches. Okay. All right. You got another ranch in there? Oh, another Ray John Cajun. Well, what I wanted to get was I wanted to try out that Memphis, that Carolina barbecue one, but I'll take it. I ain't complaining. This is like paying for a chicken sandwich a month ago and getting it for free now. Afterwards, sort of. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop this bad boy in the air fryer for a minute, and then I'm gonna fuck one of these sandwiches up. That's what I'm about to do. I'll be back in T-minus 30, 1 minute. got to. No excuses. Chicken sandwiches. This one, boom, perfect. Now we back on official mode. Of course, you know, this channel is all about fried chicken, you know, fighting games. Despite the aggravations and irritations, we still play fighters around here. And unlike Pro Tier Guy, I don't never give up. I might break a controller or two, but I won't give up. So we'll be making a comeback pretty soon. This whole part of the chicken sandwich is a ranch. Castlevania playing in the background with the chicken. That's how you gotta do it.
All right, YouTube, what is going on? Back at you with another video. You all.
Man, thought you was gonna have something funny going on. Nope, off. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. I don't want funny stuff on this page, man. And we're doing some reaction.
Hey, the people at Discovery Channel came to me and asked me to do the impossible. Go undercover and show the world how fast it would take me to build a
Oh, God. What would you guys do in Opie and Anthony days with pissing? Would you ever just piss into a Gatorade bottle?
We had commercials. We had like a long commercial break. I would have to do a read right off the bat. So Opie would take a piss, and Jimmy, and then I would finish the reads, and then I would take a piss because then they would recorded commercials. There was a lot of downtime, like as when we went into a commercial break, there was a good, 8 minutes, I guess?
I'm sure he knows what he's talking about.
You'd have.
Wasn't the
8
deal with
minutes.
Sirius that it's commercial free?
Music. The music channels are commercial free. So if you listen to the 80s on 8, you'll go right from Kaja Gugu Too Shy to True Colors without nary a commercial to be found.
That's why I love you, but don't be afraid. Little show. I heard Howard the other day. He's like, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, Cyndi Lauper's not even in it.
Oh, God. He is Well, he turned into just an old Jew.
My Sirius
He's an
was
old
working
Jew.
this morning, and I was like, good.
Good.
Finally, I can go.
Not interested.
Rev up your engine! All right, the cold holiday season is upon us, and along with that comes holiday scams. So I'm going to warn you about a bunch of holiday scams people are always pulling and how you can avoid them in the first place. Now, one of the biggest scams of the holiday season is called jugging. It's not what you think. It has nothing to do with jugs. It's a slang, and it means people are watching you shopping. You're buying a bunch of gifts or expensive jewelry, or maybe you went to the bank to get cash. They follow you home and rob you. Then as you're opening your garage and coming in, they rob you all your stuff. They might rob your house too. So I know everybody's paying attention to their cell phones, looking at stuff all the time. They're not looking at the outside world. You need to, during the holiday season, be aware of your surroundings. And as the police have told me numerous times, make your phone your friend. Take a picture of the person. Once you have a picture of them, believe me, they're not going to be bothering you, trying to rob you. You got their picture. I learned that years ago from the Houston police. There was a bandit going around. They ended up calling him the French door bandit because one of his things was he'd break people's French doors, rob their houses, right? He was robbing an AutoZone. He stole a boombox and he was real fast. He ran out. Well, I happened to be able to take his picture. And they've been looking for this guy for so long. I called the police and said, hey, this guy just robbed an AutoZone. I swear, within a minute. There was a helicopter flying. They've been looking for this guy for a long time, right? So when the cops came up to me, they said, hey, wait, yeah, you got any pictures? I said, yeah, here's a picture of him. Well, guess what? They used that picture. And then later, he got caught robbing a house in the Houston Heights that had French doors, hence the French door bandit, right? But they were smart. They had one of those little animal cameras for taking pictures of animals. When they walk by, it makes them take a picture. Well, there was a picture of him breaking in, going into the house. They knew it was the same guy. And he went up the river in Huntsville for quite some time. Realize, criminals, they live in obscurity. If nobody knows who they are, they can get away with stuff. But when they have pictures, once people know who they are, but let's say they're acting too aggressive and you're afraid to take a picture, hey, roll the window up, call 911. You call 911, they see you're calling the cops. Guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna go away and they're not gonna follow you home and rob you. You just have to be aware of your surroundings. And another common holiday scam is put a dollar bill under your windshield. Now on a motorcycle, it's right here. It's easy to get to, right on your car. You gotta reach over. Well, guess what? You're reaching over and they'll steal your Christmas packages, or they'll rob you, take your wallet. If you get in your car and you see money on the outside, just drive away. Now, if you're a real cheapskate, don't use your wipers then. You can pick the dollar bill up later if you want. But for the sake of $1, you might be robbed. That's one of the biggest scams of them all. You see money or anything there, just ignore it. Don't come out, reach and grab it. When you're reaching and grabbing out,
Ignore money? Dude, that's like me ignoring chicken. Everything in my soul and my heart is beating in my mind. It's so nice and perfect, undisturbed, as though it's just begging to be into. Just looking at these
out of your car. They might even steal your car. You got to be aware of who's around you. And that's something that the thieves have found. People see the money and they automatically gravitate toward them. They're thinking, money, I wonder how much it is. And then they're going to rob you. So, you see money on your windshield, just leave it there. Don't grab it. Maybe it's not even real, you know? And even if it is, what's $1? They're going to take you for a lot more than $1. So, ignore money sitting there. You walk to your vehicle, you see you got a flat tire. And there's somebody standing there that says, hey, you got a flat tire. I can change it for you.
Ladies, look at me. Now look at your man. Now look back at me. Now look at
Now, of course, if it's a friend or a neighbor, hey, let them change the tire for you. If you're not used to doing, maybe you're old and feeble like me. Well, I'm not that far yet, but one day I probably will be. Or my wife, who'd never want to change a tire on a car. She did it once when she was going to the University of Buffalo. Her and her sister did it in a snowstorm. The funny thing was, they could barely see anything, but they saw the flat tire. So they went to a lot of trouble putting the spare on, and they went to move it, and they said something's wrong, and they had put the tire on backwards. So my wife's not going to be changing tires anytime soon, right?
How do you put a tire on backwards?
Now with these thieves, they created the flat tire. They like let the air out of the tire, right? And they just want it in so they can get into your trunk, rob you, and go away. Most people aren't going to think twice when they see somebody jacking up a car, taking a tire. Oh, he's helping them out. They're going to go away, and then he quick grabs the packages and runs away. So you don't want to ever let it get that far. So if all of a sudden you come back and you see you have a flat tire and there's a stranger there, hey, do this. Thanks anyways, but the AAA guys are coming to change the tire for me. And say this whether you have a AAA card or not, and then they will have to go away. And even if you don't have a AAA card, hey, lie about it. I'm just calling AAA. That's free, don't bother. And of course, always be highly suspect. If you drive into a parking lot, your low tire pressure light isn't on, warning you that your tire pressure's low, but then you come back and you have a flat tire, that's almost a pure sign that they let the air out of it, because most cars have tire pressure monitoring gauges on them, right? So, once your pressure gets below a certain parameter, that light's going to come on. Let's say you got 30 PSI in all tires, but one of them only has 22. It'll turn that light on saying the other one is low, and it'll do it long before the tire's actually flat. So most of the time, if you got no warning lights on and you come back and the warning light's on, you got a flat tire. Somebody made it flat. It didn't go by itself. Very leery about it. Anyone who comes up and says, oh, I'll change the tire for you, don't let people get their way into your vehicle. Scam that these thieves use, letting the air out of your tire, which is another reason when you park when you're shopping these holidays. Park next to a whole bunch of people. Don't park far away, and if it's at night,
36 years ago, Mike Tyson met Cuban tough guy Jose Revolta.
Tyson has the anticipation of a Doberman who's happened upon 210 pounds of unguarded meat.
Tyson and Revolta gave the boxing world a great fight on this day. Heavyweight battle that, if it were served up today, we would all be calling this fight a modern-day classic.
Counter right hand by Mike Tyson was invited. And there was an uppercut. What a shot. There's the punch.
If you like the content here, subscribe and hit the like button. In 1986, after coming off a demolition job of Marvis Frazier 1 month earlier, the 20-year-old Tyson faced Jose Revolta 3 months before he became the youngest heavyweight champion.
I still found no way, Ray Leonard, that this man could win the fight. It doesn't seem to be a question of if, it just seems to be a question of when. But what about Mike Tyson? Is there a tendency to perhaps overlook a guy like Revolta? Well, you know, Barry, unfortunately, it hasn't happened in the past, and it can happen tonight. But for Mike Tyson, I think that's such a remote possibility.
Tyson entered the ring more determined than usual, drenched in sweat and ready for war.
The concept of his style is not to have any feeling out time, but he fights everybody like they stole something from him.
Revolta was expected to be the run-of-the-mill opponent, but ended up giving a young Tyson his most challenging night at the Trump Plaza Hotel in Atlantic City on August 17, 1986.
Okay, don't anybody go to the toilet or the refrigerator. Mike Tyson has short working hours. He punches in and punches out. And the battle upstairs was a draw. Now what happens remains to be seen. Pat Putnam of Sports Illustrated probably put it best. Tyson has the anticipation of a Doberman who's happened upon 210 pounds of unguarded meat.
As usual, Tyson came out quickly, looking to rip the head from the shoulders of his towering opponent.
Not to try to exchange punch for punch. He can't do that. He developed as a fighter. Time. Big right hand again. Again, just tremendous body shots. And one counter right hand by Mike Tyson is inviting. And there was an uppercut. What a shot. There's the punch. Terrific. Seeing the punch, and those are the punches that do the most damage.
Man, I am so glad that ain't me. Counting every light bulb every light bulb in the ceiling. Lights out.
There it is. See that happen. Never saw a guy knock him off the ground. It really did. By Revolta. That was a good left hand.
Give me some water for this shit. And throw this bad boy in the air fryer real quick too. some water, man. Ain't nothing like watching somebody get their ass beat while you're eating some chicken.
There was a big right hand, and that hurt Revolta.
As predicted by his team, Revolta came on strong in the middle and later rounds, winning the odd rounds. At the time, he hit Tyson more frequently than anybody else had, and Revolta was able to withstand Tyson's most powerful blows.
What Kevin Rooney just said to Mike Tyson was, Mike, you're sticking the joint out, you're throwing one punch at a time, and you're not throwing them with enough bad intention. Old saying of Customato. Jose got the worst of that one. The mouthpiece goes. There's a big right hand, and Revolta is about to go. This is all this thing. Another big right hand. Back to. There is no swing, and there's a smashing left hand, and wisely. Oh, another big left hand. Oh, what a shot, and Revolta's down. He is up, but he is in some trouble. Oh, he's seriously hurt this time, though.
Hey, how you doing? You want to continue? Yeah. Okay.
Oh. So do you want to continue? He said, yeah, hell yeah. That's a fighter. And that's it. I want to say that there's no way Revolta could win the fight. But I think the official...
Revolta put in an almighty effort, but could not continue due to referee stoppage. Fast forward to 2014, with an interview with Ring Magazine. Tyson named Revolta the most challenging test in his career.
In fact, several people seem to think that he's George Foreman, but he's stronger than George Foreman. He's Joe Frazier, but he's faster and he's more powerful than Joe Frazier, and he's Rocky Marciano, but he's almost 30 pounds heavier than Rocky Marciano. So that combination, I think, bodes pretty well for Mike Tyson.
I want you to start being freaking ruthless in the dating market. When you listen to a woman tell you a sob story, assume she's lying to you. Because inevitably she likely is. Or she's not being 100% honest. How about that? And you need to be ruthless because at the end of the day, you take the responsibility when shit doesn't work. Being ruthless will give you several benefits. One,
totally agree with him. When things don't work out, it's your fault. He did it. Him not do what him's supposed to do. Him clingy. Him mean. Him out of control.
it will turn off masculine women. They can't stand ruthless men. And it's also chameleon detected. It's chameleon radar, because so many chameleons out here can play the game, know the buzzwords, but they cannot stand
Hopefully it's good.
around men who are ruthless, because eventually they're like, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out, he's gonna find out.
You might be right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. I want you to start being freaking ruthless in the dating.
Yeah, you definitely got a point, man. I mean, that's what you got to be. That's how you got to be about it.
Like, how about this Brittany Griner situation?
Yes.
Right? Brittany Griner is imprisoned right now in Russia because she went over there to play basketball and she had cannabis
Hash oil or some
vape
shit.
cartridges that she had on her.
Yeah.
I don't know if she just didn't know they were illegal or if she tried to sneak them in. They've got her arrested. It's against the law, and she might do 10 years in jail over there, which is
But let's also clarify.
She's already been over there for months. But here's what's important.
So recently, Joe Rogan spoke out on the Brittany Griner situation, and this man was speaking nothing but facts, saying we already have our own problems in this country, so why should you get special treatment? You up.
We have people in America right now locked up for marijuana, and they've been locked up for years, for years
That's
and
funny.
years and years. And there's not one.
That's
there's
funny.
thousands of them. So what? They're not good at throwing a ball into a net?
And this is how Brittany would sleep at night, If any of y'all out there were locked up in Russia right now.
Like, how about this Brittany Griner situation?
Yes.
Right? Brittany Griner is imprisoned right now in Russia because she went over there to play basketball and she had cannabis oil
or some
vape
shit.
cartridges.
That's definitely true, man. I mean, there's people that go in other foreign countries and they fuck up on some innocent shit and you're in prison. You spit. If you spit, from what I hear, in the cities of the Philippines, in the city of cities, if you spit like gum on the floor, they'll throw you in prison for that for years. So some countries, they don't play that shit, man. You need to research. If you're taking your ass to a country and you know they have a reputation, it's best to start researching places you go to.
I'm not scared of these guys. These guys think they intimidate me, and they think that I think that they're scared. Oh well.
That man, a beast among all men. Shit, he handled them fools in the ring like how I handle a damn chicken sandwich. I'm the second sandwich down now.
If they're scared, that's all I know. I'm gonna bring the pain to them, and that's all it is. Then we go see how tough you are. Tough guy. I like tough guys. All the time in prison, I always ran these guys. They were tough. When they were in, they ain't tough. When they get confronted, they ain't tough. When I bring that pain to them, they ain't tough. They ain't never. They think they know they've been around crazy niggas. Oh no, they don't know one. They don't know crazy nigga. No, they really don't.
That man, a beast among all men. What the? She got on tattoos on her neck and shit looking like a goddamn gorilla? What the? Hell no. Disqualified. Let me see. What we got here, man? Carnivore diet mistakes. I don't think that's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be informative but not exciting. I'm not watching that shit. That's true too. You lift up your legs, that does relieve back pain. There's workouts you can do to relieve back pain too. You can it's a lot of shit you can do. This dude, Bob and Brad, these two physical therapists, they talk a lot about that actually. I've watched them before, which is why they popped up here. But they talk a lot about that shit.
Getting paid to learn how to code.
Yeah, getting paid to get off my fucking screen.
Not getting anywhere.
Out.
So I've seen a bunch of research about sauna. I've seen a bunch of research about cold exposure. Contrast therapy, which is huge here in Austin, going from sauna to cold. And it seems like 20 and 3 rounds is very typical. Is there something that we're gaining or something that we're losing by doing that cycle rather than doing a block of heat and a block of cold separately?
Not that I'm aware of, but you know, we finally have some good science to put to this, and unfortunately it wasn't from my lab. This is the beautiful work of Susanna Soberg, who's over in Scandinavia, published a paper in Cell Reports Medicine showing that the threshold you're trying to hit each week is...
This dude right here, this dude's smart. I ain't just saying that because he's white and he got a beard and he's wearing a dress shirt with a nice watch and sounds intelligent. Nah, this dude's smart for real though. Yeah, he's smart.
At least, you can do more, but at least 11 minutes of uncomfortable but safe cold exposure per week total. So that could be 3 minutes Monday, 3 minutes Wednesday, so on to 11 minutes, and 57 minutes per week minimum
so
of
precise.
sauna. That's what they found. What did they find? Increases brown fat thermogenesis, thereby metabolism, thereby comfort being, in cold, etc.
Brown fat is like the golden... It's like the golden resource of the body. If you can get brown fat cells in you, you will definitely get fucking ripped and jacked. But if you can't keep brown fat cells on you and you keep white fat cells like everybody else, you're going to be fat, flabby, more estrogen. Yeah.
Clearly there's a resilience effect. Clearly, there's a dopamine increasing effect, and clearly you can do more. You could do all that in one day, or you could spread it out throughout the week.
What I've also learned is that if you train yourself, not from me personally, but from my research on it, because I've looked into it a lot too, and what I found myself is that the more you train your body into this stuff, the more your body alters and it gets more conditioned into actually producing more brown fat cells.
Week, or you could do more. It kind of depends on what you're shooting for. How cold? People always say, how cold, how hot? Well, for heat, is generally between 187 degrees Fahrenheit and 212 degrees Fahrenheit, somewhere in that range. And for cold, it's cold enough that you really want to get the hell out, but that you can stay in safely, because I don't want anyone to kill themselves but doing this stuff.
Did I see you say that evening time heat exposure increases growth hormone release by 16 times or something insane, but subsequent sessions of the same only increase it by a very small margin?
Yeah.
Am I talking out of my ass here?
No, you're absolutely right. So we can delineate some protocols. If you want to get better, more resilient, cold exposure is going to be great anytime. Post cold exposure, your body is going to heat up. Think of your body heating up as waking up. So if you are concerned about not being able to sleep, then I would suggest you do your cold exposure earlier in the day, right? Heat does the opposite. So I'm laying out some parameters here. Heat does the opposite. You're going to heat up while you're in the deliberate heat exposure, but afterwards there's a post-heating dip in temperature. We can talk.
This adaptation is a homeostasis. It's your body's response to dangerous and or stressful situations, and your body uses cellular manipulation in order to rechannel its kinetic energy. So that's like me having a chicken sandwich, you know. I had two of them, and I'm biting into a chicken sandwich, and then the deliciousness makes my stomach full, something like that.
This was all covered in an episode I did with Dr. Craig Heller on thermogenesis. Gets a little bit down in the weeds, but take my word for it. Or if you want to get the science, you can go there to find the science behind this.
Yeah, you find the science yourself.
Sauna at night is great as well. Now let's think about how to combine these things. So let's say you're on it's a Tuesday, you've done your weight training on Monday, and you want to do your heat and cold. You don't have time to optimize everything perfectly. You could say, okay, I'm going to do my heat and cold at 10 a.m. or 8 a.m.
And you know the funny thing about it is that everybody, when they get older, looks more dignified than what they really are. Like they could have spent their whole life being a drug addict or a punk or whatever. They could be an instigator, a thief, a murderer. You never know. But everybody looks more dignified when they're older, as though they've never done anything wrong. Isn't that amazing? Now, he said he used to be a degenerate, but you'll never know just by looking at him.
You get in the sauna for 20 minutes or so, and then you get into the cold for 3 minutes. And then you might get into the sauna again for 10 minutes, and you get in the cold for another minute or so. You end on cold.
Yes.
Why? Because it'll wake you up, and presumably you want to be woken up for the day.
That also means don't then, if you're doing it in a facility, don't then go and have a warm shower.
Right.
Once you've finished.
Right. Coolish shower is fine because you want to clean off often. I mean, the ice bath is cleanish, but it's,
depends where you're going.
In laboratories, you're absolutely right. In laboratories, if we want to preserve something, in particular a virus, we put it in the freezer. If you want to kill a virus, you heat it up. This is
you can have as dirty of a sauna as you want, but the cold tub.
Well, the sauna sort of its own autoclave if it gets hot enough, right? And the cold stuff needs to be cleaned out now and again. You get mold growing in a freezer, which is kind of freaky to think about, but you really can't.
It's never going to grow in a sauna.
Never going to grow if it gets hot enough. Now, there is what I call the Soberg principle, which is if you are using deliberate cold exposure to increase metabolism.
I can't even imagine going into a freezer where there's mold growing in it.
End on cold. So finish on the cold, not just because it wakes you up more, but because then you have to heat your body up naturally, which is a thermogenic metabolic response. So end with cold, and if you really want to push it, you can do things like don't use a towel, use evaporation, spread out your limbs and don't huddle so that you have to shiver more, etc. I mean, there are a lot of little games you can play. But let's say you want to reduce post-exercise inflammation. You're not concerned with hypertrophy gains, of muscle size gains or strength gains. Well, then get in the cold after your workout. Do that for some people can do 10 minutes, reduce inflammation. Let's say you really want to hit growth hormone, which is what you asked. The biggest effects of sauna on growth hormone, and they are big effects, are when the sauna is only done once per week, but it's done in 4 cycles or sets, we could say, of 30 minutes each. So that means 30 minutes in the sauna at the temperatures I described before, then a 5-minute break, just air cooling off, or 10-minute break, then back into the sauna for 30 minutes.
This is brutal.
Then again in the afternoon, 30 minutes in the.
The whole name of the game is do you want to be a superhero or do you just want to be strong? If you want to just be strong, don't eat too many chicken sandwiches in one day. And eat more healthier foods, make more healthier choices, and work out. You'll be strong. But yeah, make more healthier choices. But if you don't want to be stronger, you want to be a Superman, jump in and out of cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, like a fucking madman, like they're talking about, and torture yourself every single day until you become David Goggins.
Sauna, then 10 minutes just air cooling off, and then back into the sauna for 30 minutes. So that's 2 hours at 187 to 212 degrees
in one
Fahrenheit.
day.
In one day.
With a maximum of what, less than sort of 20 minutes of rest in between those little sessions, then the big rest in between.
So you have to be very careful, right? Heat can kill you. You got to hydrate. You need to make sure you get enough salt. This is work, right? But you see in these human studies up to 16-fold increases in growth hormone. So you can imagine this could exert some very strong reparative effect if you're training for a big event or endurance event, or maybe you're just really wiped out from the week. This is a stressor, but it's a stressor that delivers a potent growth hormone response. Now, if you do sauna more often than that, you're not going to want to do 2 hours a day in the sauna because presumably you're doing other things.
You have a life.
And in addition to that, the growth hormone effect starts to diminish if you become too heat adapted. And that raises a more interesting question perhaps, which is why is it that this 2-hour protocol really works if you do it once a week to increase growth hormone? It's because it's a stressor, and certain stressors increase growth hormone. Does it have to be heat? No. You could probably also do 4 really long rounds of ice bath, and I'm guessing you'd probably see a similar effect. No one's ever really looked. You'd probably see a similar effect because it's all about the stress stimulus. Now, those that work on exercise science and weight training would probably say, yeah, you could also do this has been shown, a 90-minute, 10 sets of 10, multiple exercises for 10 sets of 10, high volume, German volume training, workout and get the same growth hormone.
And the key is when you're trying to really get the utmost muscle gain, is to make sure that while you're training, your beard hairs aren't all over the place and shit. You got to brush your beard a little bit. Give that beard some work, man. You can't look like Dr. Huberman with your beard. Your beard can't be all over the damn place. You know what I mean? Huberman used to be more jacked than that, but since he let his beard take over, he's lost muscle mass. And that's a key important part, which is also the reason why I'm getting off this video too. Let's look at some salt.
Right. Well, that's punishable. Scrub flowchart play. Here we go. Of course you tried to throw. That's every Sakura. You're not showing me shit I haven't seen. This is all you're able to get? This is all this scrub's able to get is super platinum? You sorry ass fucking scrub? How long you been playing, bitch?
Long enough to whoop your ass. Look at this fool getting schooled.
I don't even know how this nigga's hitting me. That's what I'm saying. A sloppy trash fucking Sakura player. The fuck out of here with this flowchart shit. G is just not a good character. I will rape this dude with Yuri. Hands down, easily and free.
Shit, Smug would have easily bodied him. So you can't blame the character.
Look at this, a random ass motherfucking hurricane kick. So much recovery on G's normals, this nigga punished me for a standing medium kick. Fake ass fucking cross up, man.
God
Who
damn.
the fuck crosses up with fucking
Whoa.
Sakura anyway? Bitch ass motherfucker. Yeah, it's plus, but what do you get after it? God, fucking scrub. You want to throw me so bad?
That fool running.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Wow, this fucking scrub actually.
God damn.
Fucking.
Wait, hold on now. Hold on. Nah. Oh shit, that's too funny. Hey, hold up. Let me look at his face expression. Let me go turn the camera off.
Be able to pick other characters. Shouldn't be stuck playing with. I would never lose in rank. My ratio would be so much higher because I would just go to my main if I lose one game. Sonic Labyrinth? Let me try to find it.
Best work in round one.
Putting oil in a man's asshole. This chat says some gay shit.
Look at this matchup. This nigga Cody is garbage.
God damn. Whoa. That fool dead with a hot dog on top of his head.
I ain't gonna win with this character, dude. I got so much lab work to do with Cody, it's not even funny. I'm not even expecting to win. It's no big deal. I'm just sacrificing points. Play at a high intensity and a higher playing field.
High intensity. You got that ass highly intensely whooped.
Labyrinth is on what? Sonic the Hedgehog again?
Round 1.
Why is that even combo? Like, why? What is Cody supposed to do to this nigga? Like, look. You can't even penetrate this big ass nigga with Cody with projectiles. This is crazy, dude.
Holy shit.
5, man. They don't know how to balance or test shit out.
So you think you doing something? Sit your ass down. Nope, smack. He's slapping that fool in the face with his knuckles.
Oh my god. Why do you think people play these bitch ass fucking characters? You don't have to do shit with this nigga. His anti-air stand fucking jab. What thought process does it take to to fucking anti-air somebody with pressing X? These niggas online are frauds, dude.
That Abigail was nice. Look at the chat. Oh, they banned it. Them damn moderators, boy. That's one thing I don't like about his chat. They moderate the fuck out of everything, bro. You can't say nothing that ain't positive to LTG. It's like, dude, you gotta be able to have some damn comments from people in your stream, man. Let everybody talk, except for people posting porn links and shit. Yeah, ban them. But somebody saying, man, LTG, man, you got a bucket head, look like a biscuit eating ass nigga. Then yeah, let them say it. This dude here, boy, he don't take no criticism.
A fucking basic ass diamond. Fuck out of here.
Damn, boy, that Chun-Li kind of smooth. Make me want to play Chun-Li. God damn. Them kicks.
Yeah, Fish has better buttons than me, I forgot. Waking up the buttons.
Holy shit. Marvel vs. Capcom combos on his ass. And a boot. Stilettos in your mouth. God damn, that character cool as fuck.
No respect for you fucking cucks. I get my points, bitch. What you gonna do, bitch? Poke your ass out, bitch.
Yo, he getting mad now.
That's all Chun can do is jump. Basic ass shit. Scrub.
God damn.
Ass bitch.
This dude get his ass worked.
Ass diamond fuck. Fucking online fraud, bitch. You're whack ass fuck. You can never do shit.
Like he about to kill the man or something.
Motherfucker. Fucking sorry ass motherfucker.
Man, you gotta be a person of patience to play Falc. She is like one of the worst characters in the
Hold
game
on,
because
dude.
of that. You got a whole buttons, release buttons, press buttons, whole
That's
buttons.
what the fuck I get mad about rank, because everybody online sucks, motherfucker. There's your motherfucking answer.
Look at this nigga get mad. Man, it's alright, man. It's alright. You don't need
It
to
don't
get
matter
mad.
if it was swaggy because this motherfucker just air grabbed me. Low rank fuck. Got 100 fucking points off. 100 points off me from some low rank fuck. Run me my match back, you fucking online fraud.
Round 1.
That stomp set was swaggy.
Fight.
I'm gonna throw in a dual kin.
That shit was too swaggy.
Throw in
boy.
a dual kin jump.
Now I got a new respect for
Fuck
Chun-Li.
off me, bitch.
Why blacklist everyone?
Not a real meaty dash. We got it.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't do anything, man.
How the fuck I got
Oh,
a
yeah,
stick?
that
This
Nationals
bitch got
next
better
level.
buttons than I do. Niggas really are trying to play like it's Evo. Like, you're not gonna get nothing special, you whack ass online fraud. Throw in the Dualkin, anti-air. Throw in the Dualkin, anti-air. Throw in the Dualkin, jump. God. Wow.
God damn, boy. Holy
Fuck
shit.
off me, bitch. You trash, dude.
I quit playing Street Fighter after this. I ain't gonna lie to you. That Chun-Li is inspirational. And elegant.
Fuck is you pressing a button for, you sorry ass fucking scrub?
Final round. Fight.
Lucky ass jumping again, you sorry easy mode combo and scrub. Fuck you. Fuck back, bitch. Look at this fake ass shit. Come on, do your instant air legs, cuck.
Inspirational.
The fuck was that? Fuck out of here. Oh my fucking god!
Then that
Fake
cross up
ass
was
on my
smooth.
frauds!
Then that cross up was too smooth.
There is no donations for character requests ever.
Well, there is no donation for character requests. That's because they're gonna
I
make
don't
you
know,
play the
maybe it
character
is,
you can't
bro.
use.
Who knows?
Shit, if I'm streaming and I'm playing a game, a fighting game, somebody says, "Hey man, pick whoever." I pick the character and try them out. I'm not gonna be good with them. I might lose, but I'll play the character. Ain't that big of a deal, man. Trust me, you're gonna lose games no matter how you feel about it. You think you ain't gonna ever lose games? Trust me, you're gonna lose. Rabbit? Oh man.
What do you want?
Watch some
Want
country
a
cooking
job
us some
that
rabbit.
I don't hate. Want to do something that matters, but I don't know what that thing is. I feel like I'm.
Y'all been asking for it for a while, you have, and what is it? Rabbit. Yep, we're talking doing rabbit two ways. One crispy, golden, fried up, so nice and
man.
tender, and the other, ooh, a brine solution that is going with what? A Hassan Pfeffer rabbit. Come on, folks, because we're hopping down the trail.
This man speaking my language. Food.
Hey, thank y'all for stopping by camp on
Hey,
a
what's up,
wonderful
man?
day, and we're back down here on the ranchero we are, and things is looking good. And what are
Hell
we
yeah,
talking
bro.
about
Put some
today?
food in the pot.
Rabbit. Yeah, you heard me. Hopping.
Where's your rabbit dog?
Fuck
Well,
yeah, I'm
the
good,
rabbit
man.
dog,
I get to look at
as
this
y'all can
delicious
see,
food this dude's
is
gonna
on
cook.
strike. He says he's
How
had
about you?
enough. Now, folks, when you talk about rabbit, and you watched any old Western movie or any movie long time ago, what they do? Had a rabbit sticking over the fire. Now, that poor rabbit, they done cooked that thing so he's dried out, but when you didn't have nothing to eat, I bet it was pretty good dining. But we're doing rabbit two ways today, a deep fried rabbit and what? Hassenpfeffer. Y'all didn't know I could say that word, did you? It comes from Germany, and Hassen means hare, which is really what they call rabbits in
Oh,
that
you talking about
country,
the chicken
and
in the
pfeffer
background.
mean pepper. So, hare pepper. Now, it's not something you put on your scalp. It's something that we're going to cook, but we're going to cowboy it up, do our style of Hassenpfeffer. But folks, when we was little, we eat so many cottontail rabbits going out there, going hunting. And
All right, old timer. Let's get to the food. I know you got a great history lesson. Oh, you Portuguese?
So
that's pretty
let's
cool.
lay him out here on the board. I don't went ahead and split that breastbone open to where he would, because it comes
Hell
just
yeah, I
like that,
appreciate your
folks.
follow.
So I cut it to where he would lay a little flatter in that solution. But folks, I like to
Let's see
start
now.
right here at the back. Just go ahead and peel that leg on over there. Come
Is that a Tiago or is that how you say it? Is that how you say it?
right up here to the front, do the same. And then you can just take that rabbit, and he ought to just twist right out of there.
Pantufa.
And there you have what you call a rabbit leg. Now,
Pantufa.
what happened to the other part
Oh,
you put
okay.
in your pocket for good luck, Shan?
Oh,
Yes.
I had a rabbit foot.
Did you? You had a rabbit foot, did you?
Yeah, you remember they had them on keychains.
Did it bring you good luck? It sure
I
did.
got
You
you.
got me. That is
Yeah,
right.
usually we play
Now,
fighting
I
games
like to
around here,
sort of
but
split this up. Now we got this
look at
piece.
some badass food
this
first.
Piece, and if you want to score it to where you sort of think, well, that's pretty even, and then that's pretty even, and then that's pretty even. So just take her through there. Helps if you got a sharp knife, and just chop through that
That dude got a
backbone.
nice-ass knife.
There is another piece of rabbit. One more piece of rabbit. Another one. And we're not through yet because see that good loin and all that meat in there? Now,
see how the juices look off that rabbit? Like, I wonder if it's like, food for me the best is KFC. Man, you haven't lived till you had Popeyes. KFC seems like it's the bomb until you have Popeyes. Once you have Popeyes, that changes everything.
we need to go ahead and get rid of some of this rib. So let's go ahead and break it on out here like this. Pull him down to where you can actually get to that rib meat a little better and get rid of some of that. Because even the big likes more meat on his rabbit than that. So we're going to discard that rib cartilage. Get over here and get this other side. I'll tell you what worked really even better than that would be a hash knife. Now, pull his front leg
I was
out
just
of the way a
wondering what the
little.
hell that
Don't get
thing
your
is.
finger in there. Cut them ribs out. All right, now you can see we got this piece here with this. I like to go ahead and cut them front legs off. Right.
Oh man, this might not be a secret to you, but my favorite food is chicken. Favorite style of food is probably Mexican, so say Mexican style, but favorite food is chicken, fried chicken. Sure. What about you?
There, they'll cut just so pretty easy right into, cutting right at that joint. You can find it right there. And what's left is what we call not a whole lot. So really, you could stew this down, give it to the baby. But today,
It's in Mexico,
we're
has
just gonna use
diarrhea.
these really good cuts right here, folks. And you ask yourself, what does rabbit taste like, Cowboy Kent? Well, to me, rabbit tastes like rabbit.
Like, oh, I gotta go. No. You blow the toilet up.
But really, folks, it's sort of a cross between maybe a chicken and
a pheasant to me, something that's a little more wild and gamey. But these can be fixed in so many ways to where you can make these tender. But folks, we're going to deep fry them. We're going to let them set right here. Go ahead and dry them off. Then we'll get the dredge mixed and the wet mixed up, and I'll meet you back over here in just a second. Well, we got that rabbit out, got her cleaned up.
I'm not going to get too much into it and do accents and stuff because I don't want to be, yeah. Somebody Mexican might come in and hear that and not take too kindly to it.
As a towel and dried it all off.
Talking about gelatinized boo-boo food. Indian food.
Picked everything off there pretty clean, and you want it good and dry because that way it's going to head and let that flour and everything stick to it better. Now I got 2 cups of all-purpose flour in here with a little garlic powder. We're going to add a little baking powder to that. I don't know which way the wind's blowing. Looks like that way today, Shen. And a little bit of cornstarch, because you know the baking powder is going to make it pop a little, but you know the cornstarch is going to make it adhere to that piece of meat that is too, but also give it a little better crust too. Now to that, our original seasoning. Now there ain't but one place to get it that I know of, and that is at KentRollins.com. So we're going to
come on, bro. Don't be trying to give yourself a plug on your video, man. Now I'm going to have to skip past some of this shit. You like more Ronaldo or Messi? I don't know who they are. I know this dude better cook this food faster so I can see it.
Ooh-wee. Don't it look pretty? It does, in fact. And ooh, you go
actually don't watch soccer
and this
or
type of
football,
mixture
whatever one is.
Fry, cause that crust is
whatever one is whatever one is called.
Such a a great crunch to it. It does. Now, when you be cooking this, remember that them back legs that we double dipped versus here, you can see the difference in the thickness of the crust and everything else. But also them.
Whoa, hold on, bro. Hold on. Listen, I ain't wait all this time so you can quickly show the rabbit. Slow it down a little bit. Let me look at it. Let me absorb this rabbit because it's looking pretty damn good. I don't eat rabbit, but I might actually try it out.
Remember that them back legs that we double dipped versus here, you can see the difference in the thickness of the crust.
There you go. Shit, I'm like Quagmire about chicken.
And everything else. But also, them back legs is probably the densest piece of meat that we have on this rabbit. They're the biggest. They're going to take longer to cook. That's why I always like to cook them last. The tenderest part of this rabbit, and it is all tender because it's been brined, but that loin right down that backbone, I'm going to save that for me and the big for supper here.
Oh, I know you're going to save it for you, you greedy ass fool.
I've been craving me some rabbit for a long time.
Prior to Fidelity, I was at a registered investment advisory firm.
Man, lady,
I'm a very slow
hold up.
And I
off my screen. I don't want to see you unless you're in my bed.
That crispness is good. That crust is good. And Big, I know you didn't have time. You keep such a busy schedule. You didn't get time to go rabbit hunting. Wait. Be easy.
Them dogs like, come on.
And there is the majors. And Duke says, hey, I like rabbit.
All them dogs lining up.
There's you some rabbit. Sade's way over yonder in timeout, as y'all can see. We'll take that bite to her in just a minute. But folks, that's the fried version. Don't quit me there because you'll want to be doing what?
Yeah, the dog's in timeout.
Whew, it'll make you hop.
Kinda. I mean, I'm always willing to play a game or. Yeah, that man looking crazy. I'm always willing to play a game or play with somebody, you know. I'm always open to it. I generally actually play mostly fighting games like Street Fighter and King of Fighters and stuff. But I can play other games and stuff. So shoot, if you ever want to play something, I'm always game. Just send me an invite and I'll join in.
Hassenpfeffer, Hassenpfeffer, Hassenpfeffer.
You have a song about Hassenpfeffer?
No, I don't think that guy wrote that song about Hassenpfeffers. I don't. But you right here work well on anything like wild game, but also really good. Now, if anything sticks to the bottom of that, don't worry, because that is going to help that stuff be even more tasty. So that's where what comes in handy? One of them that there mesquite spatulas it does. And just give that a good going over there on the bottom. Don't be getting rid of it, because folks, we need it. We do.
Yeah, get all that grease in there.
4 tablespoons of butter. Make sure you can get it in there and get things stirred around a little. Hey, a lot of flavor already coming out of that pan it is. So when that butter gets nearly melted, we got us some garlic cloves minced up. We do. Put them in there.
If I had to rate the video so far, I'll say he was informative when he was actually cooking and not talking about life and his dogs. Nice content, you know. That rabbit looked delicious. But before I fully rate it, I'm gonna have to see the end really quickly. I think he kind of drags on a little bit.
Hey.
Seemed like a nice guy.
Sorry. Got some place to be? Yeah. Well, not happy to see me. Well,
I gotta slow the heat down on mine. Y'all got a knob.
I like the environment. The wagon's kind of badass, you know. I really like to be out west, and you know, I dig that out west shit. He uses all cast iron. I can respect that. Editing was it was okay. Oh, I'm saying the video with the title, How to Cook Rabbit 2 Ways with Hassenpfeffer. Rate yourself 1 through 10. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it about a 7 also. Maybe a 6 or a 7, around there. I'm not very good when it comes to thumbnails and titles and all that stuff. But definitely a 7. And good video quality too. Definitely good video quality.
Welcome everybody, my name is Steve Christian. I am with Leroy Meats. We have 2 locations, one in Horicon, Wisconsin, one in Fox Lake, Wisconsin. Currently we are standing at our venison processing plant in Fox Lake, Wisconsin. And we're going to do a little rundown on proper breakdown of deer, how to get the...
Yeah, I would definitely rate that last video about a 7.
And how to
I have to agree with Darth.
Of poorly dressed deer in the field and what we're looking for as a processor, how we want the deer to show up. So let's go on in. We'll start skinning a couple deer. We'll look at a couple.
Man, shut up and let me in there.
It does help you completely clean out that cavity where the anus and all the pea sac and all that stuff.
God damn, he got the deer's groin and shit removed.
Took the time to actually
that looked kind of cool.
And completely rinse out that cavity. If you do not clean out that hindquarters with the anus and all that, that will contaminate your meat, and there's a reason why you want to take it out, because it will make your meat taste completely different. Now, if you look at this particular hunter, he did the exact opposite. This is a doe. He left half the udder on. The anus is still in. The vagina is still in. And if you look in the
dude, he left the vagina in this one.
Inside, he really did not rinse anything out, and it's pretty contaminated in there at this point. Now, it is...
You do not understand. Oh, tap the rate bar. Go search in the top of YouTube bar. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, it's an actual video. Thought you was talking about the yeah, the country guy's video with the food and stuff. You must be talking about this one.
What would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 through 10?
Myself?
Yeah.
An 8. 9 for personality.
Think other people will agree with that?
Yeah, why not?
Hey, rate this girl on a scale of 1 through 10.
I'll give her like a 8, 8.5.
8.5. What would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 through 10?
7.5.
You think other people will agree with that?
Maybe.
That girl's not an 8.
Have you been drinking?
No. If you're smelling something, it might be my spiked eggnog body wash. It's cinnamony. Oh.
Really cinnamony.
Oh, I'm getting it. Are you
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing.
wearing something?
She like, yeah, come here closer. Yeah.
Mistletoe deodorant.
Yeah.
If you
I don't
were
want
to
no
rank
ticket.
yourself, what would you call yourself?
Maybe like a 6, like near average.
You gotta hit yourself with a 10.
Oh,
Always,
okay.
girl.
Always.
Oh, look in the mirror, see yourself, and be like, I'm bad.
Hi, I'm Ray.
I'm Matthew. My name is Raymond. I'm a talent scout. Today, I'm here to judge people's attractiveness.
And how do you measure attractiveness?
Uniqueness, if you're beautiful, how you speak.
To me, I think it's more just about, does your appearance convey who you are deep inside? I'm obviously not someone who is super conventionally attractive, so my perspective may be a bit different.
So what makes you qualified to be ranking people's attractiveness today? I'm a classically trained dancer. I also have done a pageant before. What kind of things are they judging in pageant? If you have a nice smile, if you have nice eyes. Usually height is like a huge factor in pageantry. How attractive are you? Give yourself a rating.
I can.
All right. Let me start off by saying that people need to be honest with themselves. Handsome Squidward. People need to be honest with themselves, and they need to understand that attractiveness is based off of your role within your own sex. See, the final of every second is more goofy. Man, these people are very flamboyant. These dudes are flamboyant, and this chick is not very attractive. But I'm gonna continue to watch. Let's see where this goes.
Consider myself a solid 6.
I think 7. I feel like both physically and in terms of like my character, I could use some work. You're crazy. I give you a 10.
I'm a 10. I'm
A 6 and a 7. Okay. All right, bruh. You're gonna need some muscles to at least be a 6. In case you haven't realized, you saying you're above average. Average is 5. 10 is phenomenal. The Asian chick, yeah, she's like a 4 or a 5. The dude, he's gonna have to give himself like a 3 or a 2 because he's not masculine. Women are not gonna find you attractive. There's a reason why you're here uncut instead of getting chicks. You're here uncut because you don't get chicks. So just be honest with yourself.
I mean, you should always think you're a 10. That's important, especially.
No, you shouldn't always think you're a 10. You should know where you're at and be comfortable with it.
In this business.
Okay, let's do it.
Hello. Your vibe is like chill. You look like a character, honestly.
I think you seem like someone who probably like hangs out at a bar in the East Coast somewhere. How would you describe yourself as a person?
Cantankerous at best.
What do you not like?
What's a BTS member? Look like she shot from a damn thrift store.
Like about the way that you look?
Nothing. Like when I look in the mirror, I'm trying to just be like
BTS.
Okay, that's just you.
Let me look them up. I'll look it up on my own time.
Have like that time where you go into the bathroom and you won't look at yourself in the mirror.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
When I take a shower and then I can see myself in the mirror, sometimes I'm like, maybe I'll turn the other way and shower like facing the other way.
I think like you carry yourself.
Whoever does that, if you look away from yourself in the mirror, you have an opinion about looking at yourself in the mirror, you seriously got some issues, man. Like, why do you care enough about your own reflection in the mirror that you're afraid to look at yourself when you look away? You're like, oh, ugly person in the mirror.
With confidence, you like put effort into your appearance, and I think that's admirable. 7.5.
As a talent scout, I could see him as, you know, the cook, the grandpa, the uncle, so I see potential in Luke.
Thank you.
My rating for you would be a 10. I really like self-acceptance.
Hold up. A 10? Nah. Nah. Hell no. This dude look homeless, man. God, these people are so disingenuous. Talking about a 10. She like, you got money? You got money? White man, you got money? Man, this is ridiculous. terrible. I mean, I'm just saying, like, they could blend in the background, but as far as like being attractive, none of these people are attractive.
That I'm trying to do, so I really admire it when I can see those qualities in another person.
Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Whatever. I'm Dez.
My very first impression was actually your cologne.
What's up with his hair? What culture does the hair like that? Is it Peter Griffin?
Oh, yeah.
You smell good.
Thank you.
Your hair's nice. I like the poof.
I say if he gonna have his hair like however Brad Burns doing it, because it look like he going for the Brad Burns look. If you seen 5'2", yeah, you look like he like 5'2". If he going for the Brad Burns look, then I think he need to shave a little more off the top. You know what I mean? If he like Mexican or something, he going for Brad Burns, he need to shave some off the top and make it a little more cleaner and neater looking. You know what I mean? Like he you know, isn't a tranny or something. Go for that masculine man look.
Like your fit, is that thrifted?
Yeah.
You got a good face, you look young, good complexion.
Damn, you taking this dude out on a date?
He looks good.
I feel like you might not be straight.
It might
straight.
You might not be straight. Okay. See, that's what I was talking about. See, even the flamboyant dude think he gay. Cause of the hair, man. It's like, what's up with the hair, man? You gotta shave that shit off. What's up with the jacket? It look like a damn old ass rug, man. Gotta switch it up, man. Change it up, something else.
What about this person's outfit? Red, gay.
Deep neckline.
Could you tell me?
But then again, though, the flamboyant dude, I would think he's gay too, just because of how he sounds. His voice, he got no bass, nothing. Like he ain't never smelled a pussy before.
What you like to do?
I go to college currently, studying mechanical engineering.
Wow, that I could never. I'm a business student. I would say that increases your attractiveness. Would you sleep?
Oh yeah, it definitely would for the Asian chick. She like, oh, money? You say engineer, money? Oh, that definitely makes you more attractive. She like, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry if the homeless dude ain't a 10. You're a 10. Bro must play bro plays too much Fortnite. Yeah, he probably do play too much damn Fortnite. He looked like he played Fortnite. According to the Bible, men are not supposed to have long hair. Yep. So you better chop it up, bro.
Yes, I would. I would rate you.
Just like, you know, you can tell his mama did his hair for a long time, and then he just kept the hair. If he's grown, he probably doesn't. He probably just styles his hair like his mama used to.
A 9.
I would give you a 7. I think your score would be way more up if you were a little more confident. If you came out here like, I don't.
Well, man, let's be honest. Let's be real. If we had to be, you look like horrible. Let's be real, bro. I have money. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what she did. But let's be real though. The person who will probably get the most attractiveness, like getting the most people, is probably the white dude right there with the tattoos, because he's the most normal looking person. He keeps his hair clean. He got a few tattoos. He keeps his face clean, and he dresses okay. So I guarantee you this: he probably gets the most bitches out of all the dudes in here, because the other dudes are raging liberal, and this guy, he's a little bit on the awkward side, and he got to grow out of that shit and get a haircut.
I don't care. This is me. I'm fly.
Right.
Because you are fly. Hi.
Hello.
You're beautiful.
Thank you. You look like James Franco.
The first thing I notice about a person is usually their eyes.
Do you think I'm looking into your soul?
Yeah, no one is normal.
You have like very like vibrant eyes.
Dude right here. Yeah, he ain't getting none from nobody.
You seem very warm, inviting.
Matthew, are you attracted to this person?
Yeah.
I'm a lesbian.
That makes total sense because 3 things that attract me to people is like openness, authenticity, and not being interested in men.
Bro, you couldn't tell she's a lesbian from looking at her from like 1 second? The short hair, the open shirt, the belly exposed but no titties because the titties are saggy. She got them saggy waggies. You couldn't tell? The masculine mannerisms, the awkward facial structure, which is going to immediately turn off like 99% of dudes, which is why she's probably a lesbian.
What do you like about yourself?
I think like my skin. Like I love my skin color. Like I said, I love my tattoos. I love this little guy here.
Yeah, that's, you know, you embrace it. You ain't hiding it. You know, I have scars too, so I get it.
I think you're both classically beautiful, and you like.
Goodness, boy, a throat scar. Wow. Man, she was almost done.
Express yourself in a way that shows who you are.
But I know what happened though.
I'll give you a 10.
I would rank you a 10 out of 10.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
See? Oh, and then there you go. She like, oh, the dudes gave me a 10. I don't care. Girl, oh my God. Oh, man.
I don't really.
What the? This dude. This dude looking way too serious.
Know how I would read you because there isn't a
He
lot
look like he
that
could-
like.
She looks like she was strangled by her stepdad for having that around her neck. Yeah, she do look like the type that took abuse for shit. You like, what is this? Show me your neck. What is this?
Strongly says anything in particular. I think you look like a guy.
He looked like the type of dude that'd be in like California or some shit, and you'll be like walking past him or some shit, and then you'll bump into him, and then he'll be like, "Man, watch where the fuck you going, Holmes?" And he'll pull out a knife and put that shit in your face. That's what he looked like.
Your posture's okay. Your fit is decent. What kind of shoes are those?
I have no idea.
So you don't. Do you really care about what you wear? Is that like a big thing?
Not really.
I would rate you 6.5.
A 6.5 or
Oh,
so.
6.
You know, that's amazing. That's amazing that the way how they rate this dude versus everybody else, it's like, oh, you're more of a guy. You don't need me to be so nice to you. I'm gonna give you a 6.5. I'm gonna say you just look like a normal dude.
6.5. Are you hiding something with the hat?
I just feel more comfortable with that. I always wear hats.
You always wear hats.
Take your hat off.
Look at, you're a 7. Put some gel in it, probably a 7.5. We just bumped you up a whole number because you did your hair.
Hi. You have good style. I like the necklace. I
Good style.
like the nose ring, the earrings. I'll go very well.
You talking about 3.5? Them like 4'1" shoes, man. Them baby shoes.
Together. I would also say that like you do seem like someone who is very easygoing, like you're not gonna kill me or anything.
Oh, good.
When you look in the mirror, what do you like the most?
I actually don't like looking in the mirror. I get ready with the lights off. I don't really do my makeup other than for today. So I guess I don't really know if I like what I
Okay, I have an opinion on that. My opinion is I don't like women wearing makeup, but somebody who's afraid to look in the mirror, you got some issues. If you could find a medium between the two, where it's a woman who keeps herself clean and doesn't wear makeup, but doesn't mind seeing herself in the mirror and doesn't feel nothing about it, then I think that's there. But she ain't even attractive enough to even be considered.
see or I don't because I try not to look.
Call her bullshit. She knows what she looks like.
You know what you look like. You put on makeup today. You come on.
What is this? What is this? Bro, what is this? You got like some you got a dress, a fucked up dress, looks old as hell, with a damn jacket over it, like you're trying to cover up your body because you realize you have a gut and no titties, and you're trying to make up for it by wearing a jacket. Like, I don't know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. The guy with the suit and tie looks like when he gives a match, will take a suitcase out of his ass and make her sign wedding papers. You talking about a suitcase out of his ass?
You think she's pretty?
Yeah. Definitely.
Would you want to ask her out on a date?
The dude with the sports coat, he should be a pickup artist because he likes blowing smoke up people's ass. I think he actually enjoys doing it, and he doesn't seem like he really has that much experience besides pandering. He seems like the kind of dude who will pander, and then he'll get chicks because he panders because of it.
Probably.
Are you questioning it? Like, what's in that answer?
So he'd be nice. He'd be real nice and compliment them a lot and give them attention, so then they like him for it.
I feel weird admitting that I'm attracted to people because I don't want to like come on too strong.
Okay.
If you were gonna rank yourself, what would you call yourself?
Maybe like a 6, like near.
For the scary good bakers. For the fabulous.
Whoa, hold on now, bro. Nah, you don't slap no 10-second advertisement on me. So I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, we'll be right back. All right, commercial's over. They tried to get me with a 10 fucking second advertisement.
Yourself with a 10. Always,
okay.
girl.
Always.
I'll give you a 7.5.
Okay.
I'm a talent scout. I could see you in commercials, but just bring the confidence, girl.
Okay.
Look in the mirror, see yourself, and be like, I'm bad.
Okay.
My first impression is you're very green.
You know, that's funny. I actually guessed him right. You are an underrated Sigma. They do tell everybody they're Sigma males to just avoid telling them that they're beta. It's like, bro, there are barely any alpha males on this planet, so just be okay with saying that men are beta. Yeah, definitely
a lot
a 3.
of like different types of green going on here.
Spanish lady was definitely like a 3.
Some green, you've got some green.
This
on your
girl here,
bracelet.
1.
You're like goth?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes?
It's like she ain't even attractive in the least.
Sometimes I dress more like rock, sometimes more punk, sometimes a little bit more grungy, sometimes I mix them all together.
That's cool. That's cool.
What do you find to be the most attractive part about yourself?
I don't know, I got big boobs, so probably that.
Oh.
Or like everybody likes my eyes. I think my eyes are fine too.
I'll give you an 8.5 because I really dig the strong aesthetic.
What?
I'm gonna give you an 8. You like to jump around and do what makes you happy, so that's cool. That's cool. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so.
Oh my God.
Quick look down. You seem like maybe more rugged than the average person. I could see you like maybe on a motorcycle or something. Could you like turn around? I know there's some like hair coloring going on here. That's cool.
You're giving very like grungy, like teenage vibes. How old are you? 17?
I'm almost 30.
How would you describe yourself?
Genderqueer goblin.
I don't really know what that means in terms of like character qualities. Because like when I hear goblin, I think of like the mythical creature.
I would say a 7.
Yeah, you look like a goblin.
Your personal style is not in tune with like my personal style.
I would say maybe like a 7. I think you have like a very distinct look and I think it suits you and I like it. It's probably going to put some people off, but those are probably people that you're not going to be very interested in anyway.
Accurate.
Hi. You got a great smile. Want to turn around?
Dude, why did you? Why is they throwing all these fat ass girls in here, man?
Dope. I don't know what the vibe is called, but it's your vibe. You know, there's nothing wrong with it.
I think you have some bad girl vibes, but you're probably not like straight out of jail, you know?
Her fit plus the hair, it gives me very like skater girl. I would rate you a 7.5.
Negative 1.5.
I would give you like 8.5. I think you seem very approachable. You definitely have a style that is your own. You have a personality.
I'm giving you a 7.5. Thank you. It was very nice to meet you.
Matthew, look at your line. This is the least to most attractive.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely interested in women.
You know what? All right. I don't rate dudes. I won't rate a dude off of attractiveness because I ain't gay or nothing. But I'm going off of just basically their, like basically how does a dude keep himself up and how does a dude dress himself? Like how does he take care of himself as a man? And I'd rate this dude to be the second highest. I rate him to be the highest because I know he got money. Like, I just know this dude got money. So he's going to get most of the women regardless. Because he's old, that doesn't matter. He's going to get most of the women. This dude, second highest because he's a regular guy. He looked like a regular ass dude. Then it'll have to be this guy. And then this guy last is the biggest nerd. He doesn't get no bitches. I know he gets no fucking bitches at all. This dude might nice his way into some bitches. But this guy here, he gets no bitches, bro. Symmetry and style and stuff. The first guy's gonna have to win. The first guy rated. But as far as the chicks go, that's a tough one, boy, because these girls, whew, man, these girls are rough. This is rough. Goodness. I mean, between this one and that one, man, I don't know. I'm gonna have to definitely yeah, she get the highest rating out of all the chicks out here. If the Asian girl's out here, she'd probably be the most attractive female out there. Then it'll be this chick. Then it'll be the lesbian. And the three bottom ones, I can't rate them, man. They're just so bad. They're all gonna have to tie for last.
How was that for you today?
I mean, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but I hate being like judgmental.
No, you don't. You loved it. Put yourself in the line.
You talking about the only way you'll pick one is if it was at the barrel of a shotgun? He like, oh hell no. Like, no, you're gonna die. Now choose.
Oh, that's so messed up. Hey, we about to kick it. What's up?
I would honestly place myself here. Just because I feel like if I place myself above like other people.
She's not even an attractive Asian, but she's way more attractive than all the other women out here. And that's pretty sad, actually.
It's like telling them, yeah, I think I'm like hotter than you. Is there anything that's come up for you today in terms of like your own insight about yourself? Yeah, I think definitely growing up in a Chinese household.
I knew she was Chinese too, because you can fucking tell. Chinese people, they have more of the skinnier eyes that come rounded around the middle. The Chinese have the skinnier eyes that come more rounded around the middle, and then the Japanese have just the straight slant with the fat in their eyelids going straight across. And then the Koreans have more of a rounded eye shape too, but the Koreans' eye shape's more open than the Chinese eye.
Also, growing up
I knew
as
she
a
was fucking
classically
Chinese,
trained
though.
dancer, those things have made me very like self-critical. Everybody, with a show of fingers, go ahead and rate our guessers. Attractiveness. I'm gonna put you where you.
Man, don't say 10, man. Stop lying.
Peers said that they would put you. You go right here. Everybody gave you a 10 except for one person. It's hard to see ourselves as others see us. Was it emotional for you to think of yourself in a high regard? Yeah, because I feel like growing up, I internalized a lot of my own insecurities and what people said like wasn't good enough about me. So it's really hard to.
Man, don't start that sob shit, man.
So did all of you.
No, hell no. I'm not gonna feel sorry for your ass, because I know you can get white dudes whenever you want, so don't play that shit with me. Nah, white dudes love Chinese girls, so don't even play that shit with me, bro. All the women want white dudes, so don't even try it. shit, she got to face reality. I think if she got over that shit, she'll be in a lot better shape than the vast majority of women. She's actually in a very good spot because she doesn't have the ego like most other women. Got a very bad ego, so they act like there's nothing wrong with them up front because of the ego. They completely are oblivious of their own problems. Look at some body to body.
Really intense, but it couldn't be farther from. What the Raid Shadow Legends?
Been 4 kilo overnight before. I can do 9 kilos.
Okay, face out the camera, Paddy.
That was it.
What's it like about the meals, Paddy?
It just makes my life.
What was that? Flapjacks and stuff, so it's easier for them.
Okay, no potty to body. Like 2K22. I actually stopped playing wrestling games about 8 years ago. I stopped playing them just because I stopped liking the wrestlers. Yeah, that's the thing about it, man. I dated down too. When I was dating, those chicks I dated who really weren't up to my standards, I dated them anyway, hoping I was gonna get something different, and then I found out it's the same deal, man. They be egotistical just like the attractive women.
Yeah, got a new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Oh, we got this woman that's pissed off. Well, it's not a woman, it's a trans woman. You got to make that clarification. Those are totally two different things, a trans woman and a woman. Like a woman. Excuse me, trans woman and cis woman. Yeah, cis woman is that's like real. Trans woman, it's a regular woman. It's regular. No, trans. That's old school. yeah, like the cis woman, that's the old school. That's old school, man. You know? Yeah, that's old school. Trans woman. That's the modern woman. Trans woman is the what? The modern woman.
Hell no.
That's the new model coming out.
Yeah, that's woman 2.0. Now, we fitting to show you a biological male who's a trans woman.
No, it's the modern woman. Call me the modern woman.
Well, you got to explain it. Now, it's a modern woman. It's woman 2.0. It's a trans woman, but that trans woman is a biological male. Typically, a cisgender woman gets.
Oh, you done? Let's go to the video.
Now, you're probably asking, how in the hell a biological man gonna get a condition that a cis... Oh, fuck.
If you're confused, hi, I'm Zaya. I'm transgender, and like 8 months ago, I got bottom surgery or gender confirmation surgery. So I had a PP, and now I have a vagina. And let me just preface this by saying I do not regret getting surgery. I do not regret it. So I don't want any of y'all conservative ass.
Hell no.
Everybody's a fighter in their own right. You're a fighter, I'm a fighter. Everyone that's in this room, even the newspapermen, they're fighters. But everybody don't get up every morning and run. Everybody.
That man is right, though. Everybody do have the will to get up. Everybody do have the fighting spirit within them, but they don't have the will to actually train for it. What is this?
Prepare your home for winter and protect your pipes from the cold with these tips. Before you begin,
Dick. Got some top from this sexy nigga. He from Tennessee, I sucked his cock. Yeah, I beat his shit. I love his BBC. He in my throat.
I can't. Bro, I can't listen to this. Just the first 10 seconds, man. I'm already cringing. Talking about banger. I don't know, man. First 10 seconds, I'm already. Best music, king of cocks. Nah, man, I can't listen to this, man. I'm already cringing on the inside as hard as possible.
Is the 1400 Suzuki Intruder really the king of the 90s bikes? Cue the intro. I just checked into everyone, and that's a fair point. Is the 1400?
Yeah, I got this bike, but I have the smaller version of it, but it's old school like this. It looks just like it. The engine's just a little more compact. Shit, I gotta get my shit fixed though. I need to get my carburetor replaced. But I got some good ass cameras in this shit, man. I need to figure out where these folks be getting their cameras from.
Suzuki Intruder, really the king of the 90s bikes?
Shut your crusty ass up.
These things are incredibly comfortable. All right, guys, let's do the words of wisdom. Proverbs 19:5. A false witness will not go unpunished, and he who tells lies will not escape. Many will seek the favor of a generous man, and every man is a friend to him who gives gifts. Now, this is the extent. This is about as narrow as handlebars as I ever want to do. I had a bike one time in college, and no joke, they were like,
yeah, it looks like they took real good care of it.
I hated it. I just hated it so much. It was a it was kind of the similar class as this. It was a Yamaha Virago.
I might get all my pieces replaced and get brushed.
Bike as this.
Get like brushed stainless steel versions of them, because I've seen some I could order.
I like the buckhorn handlebars. It's where your hands just naturally go. That strain. This is the easiest, most relaxing way to sit on a motorcycle.
That's one of the best things about motorcycles, man. You don't spend nothing on insurance, nothing on gas, nothing on maintenance. I mean, the most expensive maintenance you can do is something on the transmission or a tire replace. And that's about it. If something's wrong with the engine, you just throw the engine out and get another one for $300 from the junkyard. And you can pick the engines up yourself because they're not a car. You can literally pick the engine up and throw that bitch into a pickup truck or a trunk or a trailer and carry that shit in your yard, drop that shit in your garage, put it back together, put the new engine in there, you good to go. I really like the idea of motorcycles, but I just don't like the idea of stupid ass people driving around you. That's the only problem.
Think at 1400 cc's, wow, that bike must, on a frame like this, that bike must be really fast. Well, you would be wrong and just so stupid. It's actually not that fast. It's only about 60 horsepower. But it's not made to be fast. It's not gonna win any, speed records or anything like that. No 0 to 60 or nothing. It's not made for that. What it's made for is just cruising comfortably. It uses that big engine. It's kind of like that Cadillac over there, where it's not fast, but it just cruises in a luxury way at those highway speeds. That's exactly what this bike was for.
Hell
now,
yeah.
Normally my feet would have been
back here.
That's
a tour from work vehicle.
And bent back here, and that was cool back then, back in the 90s. But now, you know what? These forward controls.
Shit, that's really where most people get killed nowadays is vehicles. If you own a vehicle, you're paying too much on keeping it on the road. You're paying too much for oil change, too much for your gas, too much for just general repairs. Really, a lot of people get killed because they own cars. I mean, a car roughly costs you, in America, owning a vehicle. I'm about to go study math. Hell yeah, bro. You cool too. I appreciate you. Stop by whenever you want to. He got the Dorito. Shit.
Are so
over here though,
that you feel like you're just kicking back on a recliner.
As far as like vehicles go, it's going to easily cost you $600 to $800 a year just to have a car on the road.
Behind me for me with big like ribbed pad on it.
I'm talking about getting your title renewed. I'm talking about tires. I'm talking about oil changes, gas. It easily costs you about $1,000 just to keep a vehicle on the road. This isn't a good car. Insurance too. This isn't a good car I'm talking about. This is just a vehicle. This is just a car. It could suck.
would make this the ultimate motorcycle. Slightly better brakes would be fine. It is a hydraulic clutch. The clutch feels great. Shifting's nice and smooth. It just kind of pops into all the gears. I take it back, it's pretty quick. It's kind of a hot rod little bike. I mean, it's no super sport, but it moves pretty well. And when it comes to simplicity of a motorcycle, it's hard to beat this. If you can't fix this thing with a hammer, you don't know what you're doing. A hammer and all the tools in the toolkit, you can do anything.
One thing he's forgetting is that this bike here has the most dreaded carburetor job. Nobody wants to do it. Like, I own the same bike, basically. Same exact bike, same components, same pieces. The only difference is this one has a bigger engine and a different wheel size. That's the only difference. The carburetor is the same. The setup is the same. Everything is the same. Nobody wants to touch my carburetors. Nobody. Like, I tell them, hey man, I got money, man. I'll pay you. I got money. They're like, nah, no thanks. No. Nobody wants to do a carburetor job on these bikes.
It's very surprising that, you know, this bike being as old as it is, these marker lights are not broken.
One of my marker lights is actually bent. So I know what he's talking about. Mine on the left is bent.
Or scratched or beat up or just like dangling and held together with duct tape, which is really, really common for these things because that rubber breaks and people are like, yeah, let's put duct tape on it. Permanent solution. Someone took care of this bike, and I mean, it only has 4,500 miles on it. Look at that handsome fella driving that handsome van. That's Caleb.
Another thing too is, if you're missing a mirror off that bitch, which I see he's missing one like me, when your mirror, because the way how you gotta take the mirror off is you can't just twist the mirror itself. You gotta get the bolt and twist the mirror, tighten up the mirror as hard as possible to the bolt, because there's a nut between the post for it. And basically the nut connects to the inside of the post, and if you just take one out, you're still going to have, well, there's already a nut in it. Basically, it's like you basically screw the mirror into a nut, and then you screw the nut into a post. And if you take one out, if you just screw the mirror off, the nut is going to be locked onto the post still. So then if you have another mirror that fits like OEM, then you just screw it right on. But if you don't have one that's OEM, which none of them are OEM that fit on it, because I have like three other mirrors I ordered, none of them fit, because I have to take the whole post off. But what you have to do is you have to tighten it back on there, then you have to loosen it up with the vice grip, and then you got to twist it off. Because if you don't have the mirror on there, you won't have enough stability to keep the nut in place.
When it comes to the styling of this bike, this thing.
But I'm not gonna lie though, that shit do look kind of sweet with that purple. I'm not a purple guy at all.
Straight out of the late 80s. Skinny tank, small frame, got that nice rake to it. It's just a classic late 80s bike. And if you were getting into motorcycle riding, if you were riding bikes and you're in the mid 2000s, you would see something like this and be like, oh, it's so ugly, it's so dated, and you wish you had one of those new wide bikes. That was the big thing. Look at the boulevards and the big wide bikes. That's kind of still the thing right now. But because styles come back, this style is coming back, and this is also super retro. So that skinny tank is cool again, and this bike is once again awesome. So I know what you're thinking. You're like, but does it handle? Well, look at this. Look at me taking these corners.
Shit, that's a 1400, bro.
Yeah, it handles. It's all right. It does not like breed confidence in the corners. You know, I don't like take the corner, you know, at like, normally I take it at 40, but in this bike I take it at 60 thinking like I went once more. No, but it gets me around. Listen, mark my word, in the next 10 years, Buckhorn handlebars will be coming back. They might be a little bit wider, but this is so perfect. This is as wide as my arms are. All right, stand at your desk and put your arms straight. And it's like this. It's like that. You're not gonna put them like this, you're gonna put them like this. Because that's how they sit. It's perfect, it's so perfect. That big old V-twin, I'm in like the highest gear, just thumping through, using its torque to to pull me up to those higher speeds. Now this should have 2 mirrors. I don't know why it doesn't, but it should have 2 mirrors.
Yeah, and those aren't the OEM mirrors, so I can tell somebody did the same thing I was doing on my mirrors. And once you strip that shit, it's done. That mirror is done. You're gonna have to replace the whole mount. You gotta take the whole reservoir for you have to take the whole reservoir off and replace it for the brake fluid that goes to your transmission. And you also have to replace the reservoir, and you also have to, trying to think if it connects to that part. Trying to remember. I don't remember. But yeah, it's a lot of work to do something simple. Okay, I see her. He like, yeah, let me get your belt right. Yeah, strip that belt off. So she gonna show any moves or anything, or is it just gonna be the dude putting a belt on her? No moves? Ah. OnlyFans. Nah, I'm not looking at that. You're not gonna corrupt my mind. Putting legs and thighs and shit all up in front of the camera and shit. This dude like a dang baby. I used to watch his videos when I wanted to learn bass. But somewhere along the line I just stopped playing. Because it annoys everybody when I'm trying to play my bass. Maxing out your heart.
Hey, the people at Discovery Channel came to me and asked me to do the impossible. Go under.
See, man, that what they didn't tell you guys is that you need to 10x your revenue and your income. And if you want to 10x, you need to just go ahead and click this button right here and sign up for my class and spend all your money on my class. And just have hope that, you know, that confidence that my classes work, and you will be richer than a billionaire. Damn, hell, 100 millionaire.
Cover and show the world how fast it would take me to build 1 million.
Exercise does so many amazing things for the human body, but is there a specific form of exercise?
You like, yeah, let me try to flex in front of this girl. Maybe she might look over and notice that I'm flexing. Yeah.
And that all of us should be doing? Because there are so many different forms of exercise for us to choose from. Things like strength training, endurance activities like
okay, I see her.
Cycling,
yeah, there you go, on that bike, just like that.
Sport. So in today's video, we're going to talk about a specific type of exercise that all of us should be
I'm good on that milk.
Incorporating into our routines, and of course discuss.
That's the type of woman that'll fall in love with your ass too.
How to incorporate it into your weekly routine, as well as talk about.
Every time you see her, she'll be yelling your name out, and you'll be like, "Like, where are you going? You don't want to speak to me?" Like, nope. Bye. They removing arenas. What are they replacing arenas with? Apex Legends arenas. I probably have to go to Google to find out. A limited time mode? That's stupid.
we're just gonna go straight to height, Naughty.
God damn.
He can kill me here. I need help.
I'm looking over.
Ooh. They're gonna ape.
Yeah, you see these shots?
76 on blood.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Look at how fast they're shooting him. Now, all the times I get fucked up, I don't get fucked up this fast. I don't get shot this fast. Yeah, I don't get fucked up this fast. Look at that.
Needs me. He can kill me here. I need help.
I'm looking over.
Ooh. They're gonna ape.
They might ape us right now.
Dude, these guys' shots are insane.
76 on blood. Naughty, you up here?
I'm looking, yeah, they're going down.
45.
Check this back,
76 on blood again.
Give me on me, give me on me.
Blood back here.
Hey, bro, y'all gotta pay attention, man. I got somebody on me.
Got him. Give me his crack,
Ready, flash?
As good as Timmy is, he ain't taking no risk.
Oh, nice. I didn't see him.
Fighting him. The guy, he like couldn't move. We had him pinned behind the pole.
Jesus. My guy just fucking instant dinked me on the bill.
Yeah. We're all three just looking at you.
This is literally not all I'm about to do. Fuck CFC. I'm just gonna run these 24/7.
Little tourney going or something.
Yeah, even if no tourney, I'm gonna just play these because
yeah.
I can't play ranked and pubs drive me crazy.
Headshot. One shot on the pill.
Yeah.
He's one. Got him.
Oh my god,
you're
you're
Oh yeah, I destroyed him.
65 on Jib.
45 blown on.
I fucked up my
Shot on him. I literally shot both. Gibby should be, if he's batting, he's full health.
Nah, he's weak. He's weak.
Okay.
He's weak.
See how you can fucking swing the camera around, man? We can't do that shit with a controller. There's none of that with a controller.
Alright, let's see. Alright, I'm just going to height. I'm gonna fight for it again. Like the same way I did that round. I'm not gonna drop off. I'll just dome and sit in my dome and bubble fight if I have to.
Okay. I'm not going for the pill, by the way. I'm gonna go for this canister.
Okay.
They're jump padding.
Okay. Then we just lose height. I'm gonna look for nades then.
Throwing nades. Double nades. 100, 100 octane.
I'm ulting.
Almost got Gibby.
I'm gonna dome up on Gibby. 100 nade again. I'm going. 100 nade again.
What the?
100 on Jib. 150 on Jib.
Cracked, octane.
100 on Frex. Oh my god, he pissed on me.
I need to reload him. Hold on.
Don't let him do it.
Oh, nice. Dude, he climbed up too. I didn't know that. Let's go.
That's how you just gotta watch the air. You literally just gotta watch the literally air. Just straight up carry.
This one is a talk because that round before that, you literally didn't shoot your guns and you naded us out on thermal. What are you?
Kovac is the reason why Timmy got as good as he is now. I remember watching that video years ago where he was talking about it. Where he said he worked hard to get good at the game and he got to the point to where he was decent, but he was wondering why he was missing shots. And he found out that you need some type of micro training course, micro aim micro aim training. And responsiveness training. You need specialized aiming training.
さあこれは一発目から非常に豪華なカードです。ヤックン対 RX 来ました。 RX いきなり対するはヤックン。チーズバグニーチーズバグニー
That's a tough matchup for Yun. Once he gets in, though.
バックジャンプ台形、これがユンヤンには非常に苦労する。勝ち上げスフィアで隙を消して張っていったが、さあじわりじわりと体力を奪っている RX。 実はこの RX
That's a tough matchup for Yun, man.
台盤投げられて、
Because Urian's ability to counter is pretty good.
ここしっかり原神つなげていきたい。ビープ壊し、立ち受け立ち受け、追いつ入らず、コアコア中盤大足、これは使っている。
His damage isn't bad either. That's another problem.
ガードする格好になった。テーリプルで押されて、これは削り殺されてますね。
Urian's actually deceptively strong. When he combos you, takes out so much health. That's going to take out a chunk of health too. Almost half off one combo, so that's pretty good. The key to take out damage with Yun is to figure out a way to continuously chain the combo after it's already ended. So you're really setting yourself up so that you can do the real damage once it's over.
結構痛い角反になるかなと思います。打開はあるのかな。さあタックル対空、そして EX タックル。
Yeah, that's a hard matchup, man.
RX が勝って、さあこれは次に入っていくのが、さあおそらく黒田が入っていくでしょう。さあ黒田が両替をしてる間に、洋平さんが入りました。やろうかなと思ってます。そう、やろうかなと思ってます。ただちょっと後でコープンが来るので、ちょっとそっちもね楽しみにしてもらいたいなと思ってるんですが、今日は RX が来てくれているプラス、九州からね鎧同士の最強息吹使いといっても過言ではないコープンが来てくれます。まだ到着していないんですが、もうそろそろ到着するでしょう。RX かなりこれは久しぶりでしょう。全くやってなかった。これはブラジル帰りの RX で
Crumble before my might.
木星帰りの男、ブラジル帰りの男というのはね、いつの時代にもいるということです。
My thing about Third Strike is that there's no question marks when you play the game. You know exactly what each punch is supposed to do and what punch beats what punch. You have a very good idea of what beats what at every given point in time, because the flow of the game gives your mind enough time to memorize each punch and the significance of what each one plays and each kick. So you know what a sweep kick beats. You know what a hard punch beats. You know what beats what. King of Fighters doesn't have that. Sometimes you could do a tap punch with King of Fighters and there's no hitbox in front of the character, but there's a hitbox behind the character. Some King of Fighters does that goofy type of shit. That's what credit I give Third Strike. The game makes sense. Juggle properties in Third Strike is if you hit them with a juggleable move, you get 1 to 2 hits depending on the move in the air afterwards. The third hit drops them. Unless, of course, is an EX. It depends on the move. Some moves have more juggle hits than others. Some moves have a juggle effect. So one juggle effect triggers another juggle effect. If the opponent is stunned during the hit of launch, then you can juggle them for about 6 hits in the air.
かち上げガードしている。これはラッキングアッパーコンブ。傭兵が無理やりこじ開けて。
Some hits also cancel a juggle, so you get kind of familiar with what hits cancel a juggle. So third strike, you can fight somebody and they can seem like they're in the air the whole game, but that's only because you understand which hits are juggleable and which ones are not. So they gave a lot of characters hits that have a juggling property. He electrified the fuck out of Dudley. Dudley gonna have a perm. That connection slow. I can see the lag. I'd say the offensive advantage is in Makoto's favor, but the defensive advantage is in Urien's favor. Urien has way better defense than Makoto because his walk distance and Urien's dash distance is good, and he has a projectile. Makoto's dash distance is bad because it's only offensively geared, and her walking distance is bad. She has a very slow walk, so she can't control space well without overcommitting. Urien, he's all about taking advantage of inches. So Urien, he can control each inch of the map because his kit is built for that. He has a good kit for controlling. I think the only problem that Urien players have is inputs. Inputs in Tatsu. You see, if your inputs are on point with Urien, your cross-ups, your mix-ups, your options is just limitless. Like, he's literally one of the best combatants in the game. And you see how that low medium kick beat the sweep? It obviously looked like it was going to beat it. From that distance where the sweep was completely ineffective, his hurt box will extend beyond the hit box. So you're going to take the hit. So that made perfect sense. Yeah, he done. You only had one way out of that shit, and I doubt she was going to be able to pull it off. But he would have had to lift off and then do his air kick, EX, and it would have launched him over the Aegis reflectors. But he would have had to do it like an Aratatsu off of Super Turbo. So his timing would have had to been immaculate. But it would have launched him over it.
これはアレックス対タルバイン、これはね実はかなり昔からの知り合いなんでやっているカードではあります。タルバインです。
That's another thing I like about Third Strike is the parries eliminate a lot of the guess game when somebody's getting up. So you don't have to necessarily guess so hard to figure out what your opponent's going to do. When you're playing King of Fighters, and somebody's getting up, you better know what is going to beat the wake up other than a throw. It's pretty much, that game is pretty much geared towards throw beats everything. And wake ups, if it's an invincible wake up or if it's an invincible DP, if they're using an invincible move, they're going to beat your wake up. So it's almost like it's pointless to even challenge a wake up on King of Fighters. See how balanced this is? On that wake up, Urien was able to push him into the corner and then use his charge super because Elena did not capitalize on either the parry or wake up grab. Even then, the wake up grab was challenged because there was a shoulder truck. The shoulder truck has a lasting hitbox which counters grabs. So the grapple isn't even a choice. So the only two choices that he had with Elena was use a super on wake up super, or EX reversal dragon punch kick, or parry on wake up. Those are the only choices he had. The thing about it too is that there's probably two neutral choices out of all those choices that would have ended in a stalemate or a challenge. it would have been a trade or a stalemate.
そうですね、今、ちょっとみんなちょっと早いんで食事行ったりとか。
Yang versus Urien is a really hard match.
もうちょっと待っててください。
That's a really fucking hard match. That's not a see that? That's not a good matchup. Yang, see, Yang is a character. He needs somebody big to take advantage of. Urien is not that big. He looks big, but he's just tall. Because once you drop one Rekka with Yang, that's pretty much your ass. Yang, he has to have his combos hit. He can't drop one combo. He can't fail in his defensive game nor his offensive game, which is his defensive game. So with Yang, your offense has to be absolutely on point, or else. You got to be able to read your opponent too.
Well, I got the picture. Now, find a new rival. Welcome to
Now, if he can close in the gap with some grapples, if he can grab Urien a lot, if he can get in on him, then he can beat him. Because Yun has to stay close to Urien in order to be effective. If he's far away from Urien, he's going to lose that fight. Urien has way too many mid-screen options that's going to beat Yun. And if Yun trades a hit with him, it's going to be twice as much damage to Yun's hits. Now he's taking out the real damage. He hit him with the low, medium, low. No, the low. So he did low, light kick, and medium, low punch into double punch, into shoulder bump, into the combo. Which you can't escape that once he's charged up. Urien isn't going to give him that space that he needs. He's going to keep him back just far enough so that he can always capitalize. It's a good match so far, though. Light punch, light kick, heavy punch. I mean medium punch. Light punch, light kick, medium punch. Takes out a nice good chunk, and it's a good confirm. He isn't going to challenge the wake up, so he blocked on wake up. He's in the corner, then he's done. Once he got in the corner, because the thing about it, I noticed with third strike is people read their environment very, very well. They know how close they are to the corner, so they prevent themselves from getting fucked up in the corner very fast. Unlike all the other fighting games, people on third strike seem to be the most keen on where the corner is. You just don't want to be in that corner, man, because that's it. One combo, one juggle hit, and that's your ass. You tried to cross him up with the dive down kick, he missed. Did light, medium, light, heavy crossover, and double punch, double kick in the corner. So that was pretty much a wrap. That light, I mean the heavy punch where he put both his hands out, juggled him. As much once you powered up like that, you pretty much can just free mix anything into it. Because normally what that hit does is it bounces your opponent away, but once you have that juggle move on, it turns into a juggling property. That's literally the benefit of that move is it turns everything into a juggle property hit. I believe the heavy kick is the only one that isn't juggleable. Not unless you do low heavy kick into heavy kick, standing heavy. And see that punch is also a good check, so he isn't open. As long as he keeps spamming it, he's not going to be open when he's in that mode. He withdraws his character model fast enough so that he doesn't take any damage. He can challenge that. Got himself dragged into it by being too aggressive. But I think it was necessary for him to be too aggressive. Taking those hits got him close enough so he can control his range a little better. And I seen that one coming a mile away.
まあね、実は俺は結構 RX とはまあやってるんですよ。ただまあ最近はもう
Some good games on the lows.
結構対戦経験はあるんで。
You're gonna drag him straight to the corner, and then he's gonna take out his real damage in the end. So then he took about almost all his bar out with just that. It doesn't look like much until you look at it in the end. See, they're trying to play the corner. Urian wants him in the corner, but Yun wants him back in the other corner. One thing I noticed they're not doing also is they're not giving up their own corner in order to repulse their opponent back into the corner. They're not taking that risk. That's the typical move I make, is I try to use my own corner to throw my opponent into so I can start them up. And execution makes this much of a difference, man. This is all execution here. This is, well, mostly execution, and also a good understanding of how fast things are in the game recovery. They have a good idea of the frame data, but without the execution, they wouldn't be able to pile all this on each other. I don't hear a click in my ear, but I don't see the chat moving.
調子が落ちてるとかそういうことはない。RX。はい、石村 RX。あるよ RX。トクラと RX の50ガチはあとまあもう一回聞いてみましょう。じゃあトクラがじゃあどうもですよ皆さん。トクラと RX の50ガチ。
Yang's gonna have to be so fucking aggressive, it's insane. You cannot give Urian the distance, because if you give him the distance and you fail to hit a full Rekka, that's you pretty much your ass.
なんかうまいもん同士だといいキャラですね。喋れるいい。どうもこんばんはです。
Good check on the slam, nice parry, predictable. You checked him with the medium punch, that's nice. That medium punch check put him right in the corner, so there's nowhere to run. That's exactly where Yang wants Urian, because then he can always mix him up, cross him up. I mean, you see the level of aggression he can display once he has him close? Dude's a goddamn gymnast when he's up close. Like that distance with Yang is absolutely everything. He's an easy character to keep out, but once he gets in and gets close and gets started, he can pretty much fucking wreck your ass. That's why he's deadly against the bigger characters like Alex and Urian, because when he's on them, you can't. Shit, when you're on him, you can't keep him off, man. I didn't know that was jugglerable though. Some good setups. He knows Yang intimately. This dude knows Yang pretty intimately. This is why I say Third Strike is like the best fighting game. Not because of IGN's video or Polygram or Polygraph, what was their name, Polygon? Not because of what they said, but because I've always thought Third Strike was. Because the fundamentals of the game is so solid. The game is just like pure fundamentals. And see, I didn't know that. Well, I already knew that was jugglerable, but I didn't know he could do that. Like he can just cancel the Rekka and then do the hard punch, which takes out more than the end of the Rekka. Yeah, he's a good ass Yang, man. If anybody wants to learn from a Yang, I think this guy might be one of the people. Because I'm aware of Yang's potential. I've seen people play like him, I've seen people play like him, but now I'm actually kind of studying what they're doing right now. See, that's that right there. That what Urien did was one of the biggest things about. That's one of the biggest things about Third Strike I like, is you can do a standing medium punch right in his mouth and challenge his wake up of anything that he does other than his DP. King of Fighters, that's not an option. Most of those punches that you do, if you had a standing straight punch, it's not going through whatever they're gonna wake up with. They can wake up with a piece of bubble gum, and it's gonna beat what you got.
まあめくりは肘の後にしっかり投げを入れているあたりがやはりアレックス。さあここでちょっと待ってね。2が連れてきた外国。
I say Urien is one of the most technical characters in the game too.
マグこれ何人乗った？
Urien is pretty damn technical because his gameplay requires you to constantly buffer a charge as you're doing motion moves and as you're defending and as you're attacking. So if you master Urien as a whole, you will easily be one of the best players in the game. Urien is like a very high skilled player because he has options for everything. The only thing Urien doesn't have options to stop is a Tatsumaki. So if you do a Tatsu, if you do Hurricane Kick, he doesn't have much options against that. Classic cross up, mix up, start up the next super. He got a good range. He got a corner pressure going. He used the block pressure to use the super, keep him in the corner. Now he got countered, he's done. Even if he jumped out and took that trade, he's still done. He had to take that hit or else he was going to be finished earlier. But he didn't predict the shoulder charge, or he probably predicted it but was not able to react it. That's a good low counter. It's good to assume low and parry low from that distance because Urien doesn't have a standing punch that could reach that distance. But both of his medium hits, both his medium to low kick can reach that distance. So they both can also be parried as a low. So that's a good read. He's still in the range. He's still in the range since there's a mirror match. So he's pretty much covering the range on the cross up. Yeah, he got his ass. He was getting fucked up for a second though. Because he was still in the range from him. They both had the same hits in mind and they both had the same game plan in mind, but he just pushed the button a little faster. Some good matches. Real good matches. I've already seen this trailer, but I'll watch it again for stream's sake. Yeah, I'm walking in Jamaica Beach and I'm black. Tracksuit, Street Fighter. Yeah, main character, black. Yeah, and DJ out here with dreadlocks. Like what the? Yeah, man, dancing with DJ, man. Yeah. Jamaica and Gucci flip flops. Bootleg character. This bootleg shit with these bootleg behind characters. I don't know why my game's zooming out the way it is. My screen is. Hold up. I don't know why my shit's zooming out the way it is. There we go. Got these two trainee looking chick things.
With finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Now this dude, I might actually pick him up. This dude look cool as fuck.
Showtime, baby!
I already know Brian gonna play DJ.
Fight with all your heart!
An honor, to be sure.
Yeah, I definitely play that dude. He like Bison, except he's like a aristocrat Bison, rich man. And a boot.
Meaningless effort.
Yeah, I'll be playing with the dude with the cane. That'll be who I play with. Use him, Ken, E Honda. E Honda looks pretty cool on there too.
Hey, the people at Discovery Channel came to me and asked me to do the impossible. Go undercover and show the world how fast it would take me to build $1 million business.
Have you ever been boxing, training, and your arms are getting tired? What happens? They start to drop. And then you start to get into bad habits, throwing punches, bringing them back down here. Because you're tired, your arms are dropping. But on this video, we're going to give you a dumbbell circuit so that never happens again. So you're going to develop upper body strength like Mike Tyson. And for this video, I've brought along my good friend, BG Goddard, who is a strength and conditioning expert, also the former fitness director of Men's Health. Let's get into it. So BG, what we got here?
So one of Mike Tyson's many nicknames was Kid Dynamite. So we're calling this Dumbbell Dynamite, and it's 6 movements that work your entire upper body. We actually treat it like a boxing round. Do each movement for 30 seconds each, 3 minutes total. So you could work this into your boxing conditioning. And again, it'll give you that nice yoked upper body, but in particular, a lot of stamina for your shoulders, your arms. So what we're gonna do is this. There's 6 movements. First one, and we start with the hardest movement. You wanna load this for the first exercise, which is the most challenging. Then you don't set these dumbbells down for 3 minutes. So the pump is precious, okay?
So would we start with a lighter weight and then progress over time?
Yes, I would start with 5 or 10 pound dumbbells just to feel this out, or even warm up in the circuit in the same format, 30 seconds each movement, no rest between. I'm gonna use a pair of 25s. I've been doing this for a long time. This never gets easier. Because you can also, what's great about working for time is you can get more reps in the same amount of time.
Okay.
So maybe you start by getting 6 to 8 reps of each movement in 30 seconds, then you can do 10, 12. Once you can do 15 reps of each movement, especially the first one, that's when you'd want to look to bumping the weight up about 2.5 to 5 pounds.
And also I like doing 3-minute rounds because what it does when you're training 3-minute rounds, you know, when you're hitting the heavy bag in sparring or doing circuits, it gets your mind used to it. When you're in the ring, you always want to, you know, be aware of how much time you've got left. So this is only going to help with that as well.
100%. Sport-specific conditioning is always great.
So the first exercise of these 6.
And again, this is the hardest one, and you pick the weight and use that same weight for this movement the whole way through. Overhead tricep extension. So we get the weight overhead, and I'll show some modifications on this. The big focus here is I'm moving only at the elbow. I'm gonna inhale through the nose as I lower the weight. So ideally, the bells touch my upper back, and then I will exhale up, and I will just repeat for time.
Right.
So good for strengthening the triceps. Again, more developed triceps mean what? More punching strength and power, right? As those elbow extensors are really active on your punches. And anything overhead is also super challenging too, because you actually get a natural blood flow restriction because your body has to work up against gravity to send blood to the working muscles and oxygen to the working muscles. So this is such a challenging movement, and it works parts of your triceps that can only be worked overhead. The long head, the big, meaty, thick part of your tricep attaches into your scapula. So you only really work it when your arm's overhead. So that's why this is like the most challenging triceps exercise. It's also one of the most challenging upper body movements, period.
Right, yeah, that's great. And as well, this is good for when you're inside the clinch, you know, getting you strong for that.
Yeah, you fuck your shoulder all the way up, your rotator cuffs.
The elbows, it's great for shoulder mobility. And if it's too tough with the dumbbells apart, just put them together. You get a little extra stability that way. And it's a little bit easier to execute the movement, especially if you're doing multiple rounds.
I think
of this,
the heaviest gloves, as far as pro gloves go, are like 2 pounds, 2 pounders, I think.
Like you mentioned earlier on, you
think pro gloves are 2 pounders at the heaviest.
Interfering with your form when you're having bad form, definitely go lighter.
100%. When you're working for 3 minutes straight, lightweight feels heavy.
Right, yeah.
That's the benefit of this. You want to focus not on, pick a weight that is light, so you can execute it perfectly, and the pump is going to be there because you're going non-stop on these movements.
Okay, great. So you're not even going to put these weights down, we're going to go straight into the next one.
Right into the next one, and I'll show modification on this one too, but it's the upright row. And this movement is great for developing your upper traps and the medial or lateral delts. So it gives you a lot of thickness. You know, boxing is about winning a fight, but you want to look good too.
Yeah.
So wider shoulders makes your waist look smaller, a little more aesthetically pleasing. And again, all the top fighters had that really nice shoulder sweep.
Yeah.
So all we're going to do here is we're going to pull the weight straight up the body, exhale up. Now, a lot of people say never do this exercise, it's bad for your shoulders. Well, the studies on this movement show as long as you don't take your upper arm higher than parallel to the floor, it's a safe movement. If you go too high, you can get some impingement. Right. So just bring it right to about chest level. And if that bothers you still, you can modify what's called the lateral raise, trying to get your pinky up more for more lateral delt activation, and just come out to the side.
Pillow hands, Haney.
On all these movements, by the way, we exhale through the mouth going up to power the hardest part of the exercise. We inhale through the nose going down to energize and fuel your working muscles.
Yeah. Like everything, in breathing is super important.
100%.
It might take time. I know teaching boxing, when I was teaching you boxing, breathing is always something that takes a long time to get.
It really does.
And when I do strength work, breathing is hard for me, so I've got to really focus on that as well.
100%.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to number 3. Keep all of them weights, mate. You're not allowed to put them down.
Biceps! Okay, so we're going to go. A lot of people do curls, starting with their arms like this. I like to actually start in this one, palms open. So this is great for your posture. You get the rotator cuff and scapular muscles working, so it's great for the back side of your body and just overall mobility. And you're going to exhale through the mouth coming up.
So he's going to do it.
Inhale down and moving
he's gonna do
mainly
it,
at the elbow joint.
supinated.
That elbow can come a little bit forward at the top, but not too much. And just blowing up those biceps. And this will help you particularly, right? Bicep strength is great for clinching.
Yeah.
You know, elbow flexors kind of pulling in.
Yeah.
And man, this will blow up your guns big time.
Yeah. Is there any more benefits? Like, I guess, I mean, that's the biggest one there with doing bicep curls for boxing. Is like, you know, when you're in the clinch.
Fuck that shit, man. I'd be fighting 6 times a year if I was a fighter.
But anything else, would you say?
Well, a lot of it too is
every 2
even
months.
If it's not a specific muscle to punching, your body needs balance, right? So if you're going to do a lot of tricep work, what opposes the tricep? The biceps, right? What opposes the back? The chest.
Yeah.
So a lot of people
fuck that shit, bro. I'll be fighting as much as I can.
Too much chest and bicep.
Fight.
Right. Not enough tricep and back. But you want balance in all things, right? Otherwise, you get your symmetry is off. You're going to open yourself up to more injuries if you're not working the opposing muscle groups across the joints.
Yeah, I've just thought of another benefit there as well. It's like in boxing, you know, your hands are down, you bring your hands up, and with this, you're bringing your hands up with 100%. The curl, but you're wearing 14-ounce gloves here. He's got 25-pound
Oh yeah,
dumbbells.
those gloves will feel like nothing.
Yeah, so your gloves will feel like nothing when you've got them up.
And you know, instead of thinking
14-ounce gloves, so that's what 1 pound, less than a pound gloves.
Fundamental thing for
that ain't shit.
Movement, and you're gonna find yourself.
That ain't shit. My sparring gloves weigh a pound, and I can keep them bitches up when I'm tired. Fuck that shit, man. If I was making money like Devin Haney, I would be taking all the fights I can, as many fights as I can. I'd be stacking my paper up like a demon and getting the fuck up out of that fighting shit. I enjoy it while I do it and then move on to the next thing in life, real estate. Then I own everybody's house, everybody's neighborhood, and I'd raise up the rent and move wherever I want to move to every single year and just enjoy life and chill. I literally motorcycle ride across every country until I've been to every single country and have known it intimately. And that's the life. Kick ass. That's what Andrew Tate doing, basically. He kicked as much ass as he could. He made as much money as he could. He did what all he had to do. He made his money. He found his hustle on the side after that. He made all the money he wanted. Now he's so fucking rich that just money just falls in his lap. And everything he does controversial just gets him paid more. Shit, it's what Tate did. That's the smartest thing you can do as a man. Market, 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 market. Market, market. Shit, I got like I said before, I think I told you, but my old job called me back and they want to see if I'm willing to come back. The battery facility, and if I actually go work for them, I get a raise for working for them, and I get some bonuses. So it's like, man, I have a choice between my old job and my new job that I just got. If I go for my old job, that's going to be a whole nother week that I have to wait for background checks and all that stuff and drug tests and all that. But I'll start the next week. I'm sure they'll start me as soon as I want to start. And then I can be back in a chill, laid back job where I get paid a shitload of money basically to do nothing. Or I could take on this new job, which is going to be a challenge and it's commission based, and hustle my ass off and make good money while I hustle and more money while I hustle. This would be equivalent to that hair in my mouth. Yeah, this would be equivalent to like 5-10% more money a year. So yeah, it'd be about 10% more money a year than my other job that I just had, the other day I left. So it's like, man, I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Go back to the battery place, which is right down the road, 5 minutes away from me, or go back to the battery place, which is five minutes down the road, or drive 30 minutes a day to driving the company van to go to job to house or business to business and tear up their walls and shit like that. But yeah, man, Devin Haney is a fucking fool. I would not, with that kind of money, man, I wouldn't even be thinking about it. I would always be fighting. I'm sorry, man. I'd be in the gym. That would be my life, because I don't have kids either, or a wife. Fuck that. Nigga, I would literally sleep in the gym. I would ask them if they cool with me getting a cot and sleeping in the gym. And then I wake up, train, go eat something out the mini fridge. I run, do my laps, hit the heavy bags, train. I would literally sleep and live in the gym and pay them rent to live in the gym. I'm sorry. Or I would have a house that I turn into a gym and then I sleep in the gym. I literally sleep right next to the heavy bag and shit with a cot. Or get me another one of these Japanese futons and do that. Shit, $10 million a fight. There's no shit. There ain't no excuse, man. Shit, making me want to train and make $10 million a year. I'd be a fucking they making me want to be the most latest starting boxer in history. That's what they making me want to be. I have a short ass career because I ain't trying to kill myself, but shit, be the latest ass starting boxer in history. Said, man, this guy fasted for 30 days just to get down the weight, and then he got himself on a balanced diet. He worked hard as fuck. This dude was fucking jacked. Joe Rogan talking about me. Said, this guy was fucking jacked. Man, I'm telling you, man, this dude, he looked like the fucking Liver King, except without the drugs, man. It was fucking insane. This guy was ripped. He destroyed, I mean, he fucking demolished his opponents. Gotta get that Joe Rogan in there. He demolished his opponents, man. I mean, it's like all the pot I smoked. I just seen this dude come out of a haze and bam. Yeah, that's how you gonna be talking about me. Make me want to do that shit though. Shit, Pillow Fist just chilling on his money.
Flexing your elbow.
Ain't working for nothing.
Okay, I can see the sweat dripping everywhere now. Let's move on to number 4.
Number 4 is the overhead press. And by the way, if you really struggle with that tricep extension, you could just do the overhead press twice. Or what you do is you do the lowering portion of that tricep extension, and then you roll it forward, and then assist on the press up.
Right.
But right now we're gonna go palms facing, inhale down, exhale up. And this is the number 1 shoulders exercise, period, an overhead press. And if you wanna try and, you know, channel your inner Arnold Schwarzenegger, these are called Arnold presses. So you start like this, and you rotate on the way up, and then come back down like this. And that rotational action actually gets all 3 heads of your shoulders, the front, the side, and the rear. And it's great for the external rotators, which is very important. You know, shoulder injuries are very common in boxing. You know, people will overreach, or again, you get someone pulls on your arm in a clinch. So again, anytime you can add more strength and stability to the shoulder joint.
I think the thing about these dudes is they get a certain amount of money, and they're around people who are not familiar with that kind of money. So they don't line themselves up with other millionaires. They line themselves up with regular people still, and they try to stay with their people. And the problem is your people don't know what a $2 million life is like. Your people don't know what a $10 million life is like. So they're gonna keep you in the mindset of somebody who don't make that kind of money. So when it's time for you to hustle and actually use your youth, the Pookie and Ray Ray, when it's time for you to use your youth to make more money and continue to turn that 10 million into 100 million, they don't think like that. They think they're supposed to be like Mayweather and get like fucking $30 million in one fight. No, if it ain't $50 million in one fight, I ain't doing it. I'm like, bro, do you know how stupid you fucking sound? Cause you live around us, you can get in a fight with one of these crackheads for free. They ain't gonna pay you to fight them. As a matter of fact, both of y'all going to jail. Work hard, get the money, man, and do what you want to do with your money. If you selfish with your money, I'm not blaming you for being selfish, because I know what it's like to have people with their hands out. But if you charitable with your money, I respect that. I commend that. I have no problem with what you do with your money. If you selfish like Mayweather, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at Mayweather for being selfish. I'm mad at him for being an asshole about it. I'll take 12 fights in 2 years. Same here, man. A fight every 2 months. Every fucking 2 months. Training camp. Fight. Training camp. Fight. People literally know me as the dude who's running around with a fucking headband on. I'd be like fucking Solid Snake or Ryu, and I'd be running around all day long with a fucking headband on, exercising nonstop. Making that kind of money? I'm sorry, man, but it would click in my head, I need this money. Yeah, it's fucking stupid, man. It's like, it doesn't click in their head that they don't want to be like us and be regular people. I'm sorry, bro, but if I was making that kind of money, I wouldn't want to lose it. I refuse to go back to the lifestyle that I was previously living in. So I'll do whatever it takes to make sure I keep my money. Because once you lose your money, you have to deal with all of the regular people problems. And rich people problems are more stressful, but they're better than regular people problems. You're more what's a better way for me to put this? With rich people problems, you have more people bothering you and more legal problems coming your way, but at the same, and more people trying to sue you. But at the same time, you have the money to fight it. You just got to find the time to fight it. Broke people problems, things come, some of that stuff comes your way, and you don't have the money to fight it. When one problem hits you and you're broke, it's a world. You're in a world of trouble. If you're late on one bill, that could be your ass. That can be your place to stay. One bill. That's broke people problems. I'm sorry, man. I'd rather deal with people trying to sue me than to deal with that. If I got the money to go to court, I'd rather deal with that. Hire me some good ass lawyers and keep them on deck when I need them. I'd have a very good relationship with my lawyers, man. I'm sorry. If I was rich, I'd have a really good relationship with my lawyers because they know I'm going to pay them. I think that's key, man. If you're successful, you got to have a good ass, you have to have a good legal team. People get fucked up because they end up becoming luckily successful. They might get a lotto ticket, whatever the luck of the draw may be that makes them successful. They'll find some luck that gives them what they need, and they'll squander that shit because they won't get a legal team. They won't let somebody in their ear on their payroll tell them what they need to do. Fuck that shit, bro. I want to learn as much as possible. Talk to me. I'll pay you your $2,000 in this for this session, for this 1 hour session. Here's your $2,000. All right. I know I lost $2,000 in one day, but that saved me 10 grand tomorrow. $1,000 to a lawyer today is 10 grand to you in the future. Whatever they can tell you is way more valuable than what anybody else can tell you. Because lawyers know the truth, because they run the country. I would fucking have if I was one of these dudes, I have a good ass lawyer and I work hard. I have a good coach, good gym, good lawyer, and work hard. And fuck everything else. I'm not seeing family for a hot minute. If you family, don't worry about it. I'm still alive. You're just not going to see me for at least 2 years. Because them 2 years, I'm going to be grinding. Sorry. I'm going to be grinding my ass off, man. I ain't got time to be playing games or joking around or having fun or doing none of that shit. I'm going to catch up to all of that shit when I'm done and I get my championship belt and somebody knock me out and I lose all my fortune. I lose my legacy or whatever. Fuck that shit, bro. It's not worth it.
You're doing great. All right, moving on to number 5.
Bench rows. So now this is like the ultimate backside exercise, not just upper back, but also glutes and hamstrings. So I'm going to hinge at the hips, flat back, chest up. If you can only get down about right here, that's fine, but ideally you want to get enough movement and mobility so your trunk is parallel to the floor. And I like to do a slight little angle here. You can go here and pull low and get more mid back. You can go elbows out and get more upper back, but I like a slight angle. It feels really good in the joints. Exhale up and pull low to the hip instead of the shoulder. The big mistake on this movement is people, they pull too high. See what happened to my shoulder there? Yeah. It goes forward. Pull about 90-degree angles. And this one, again, you're going to pump up the whole back side of the body. And again, the show muscles are in front of your body. The go muscles are on the back side of your body. And that's also, for combat athletes, the posterior chain, as it's called, is the most undertrained area of the body.
Yeah, that's great.
And it's the strongest area of the body.
One more.
Thank God.
Real quick, I'm stopping the video, putting my coat on, going into the garden and telling you about today's sponsor. Now, I want to give you a supplement for free, and that is Onnit Alpha Brain. I first heard about this from UFC commentator Joe Rogan, who swears by it, so I thought, well, if it's good for him, it'll be good for me, and I take it, and it is fantastic. This really helps support my memory, my focus, my creativity, everything like that. And I also like to take it before workouts as well. So check it out. Click the link below. Get 15 days free trial of Onnit Alpha Brain. Also go to onnit.com/boxing and you get 10% off their entire website. Check it out, guys.
When I was watching this show, these people are fat. And what happens is that they end up losing weight. Because they have a trainer who gains weight with them. It's a good show on YouTube. Not sure if it's actually a TV show too, but I was watching it, and the people, they're fat, and the trainers gain weight to show them that, hey, I can if you can lose the weight, if you can gain the weight, I can lose the weight. We can both lose the weight. So they do it to inspire them, like, man, don't give up just because it's easy. Keep going through it because I can go through it with you. And, I was watching that show, and it's crazy how much weight these people lose in such a short period of time when they do it, and it's successful. The trainers always lose weight because they're trainers. So their whole livelihood depends on them staying below their BMI. they got to stay below their BMI. Like that's a key thing. If you're trying to sell fitness lessons or any training, you can't be too overweight because people aren't going to buy it from you. They're like, well, I want to use what you're using if it works for you, and it ain't working for you because you're not fit. You're just buff. And that's like kind of my situation. Is I'm just more big than anything. I'm really not real fit. Like I can run a little bit, I can do things a little bit, but I'm more fast twitch muscle fiber. So I got a lot of training I need to do for everything. I've been training myself constantly, but not with a level of intensity. So I need to add the intensity to it, more consistency. But as far as that show goes, you have trainers who gain like 200 and they gain like 60 pounds and 50 pounds eating fat food and eating cheeseburgers and they throwing up and shit. They always be throwing up. That shit be funny. Like too much. It's nasty. Nigga, one dude was throwing up. This dude with this glasses, and he had his glasses was foaming up from him throwing up, and he had like this ugly ass liberal haircut where he had like a whole bunch of long stringy hairs on top, and all you see is his hair leaning over his face with his glasses foamed up, and he had throw up in his mouth. Oh man, he is eating cake and brownies and all types of shit, celebrating how delicious the food is, and then he started throwing up. And he like, can't do this. But yeah, man, it's a cool show, but it shows the power of a well-placed diet and working out at the same time. If you can keep yourself on a clean, well-placed diet, like eating spinach, eating salads and broccoli and all types of shit. You eat majority plants and vegetables and herbs and fruits and a little bit of meat. It's destructive what it'll do. It's astounding what it'll do, man. I've seen people lose a lot of goddamn weight on that shit. And the people who are training always have a problem because they're used to eating what they want and drinking what they want. Like I traded some of my negative habits for a lesser negative habit. So like I used to drink soda, or I used to eat a lot of sweets, and I eat some sweets only out of necessity if that's the only thing left in there from having like a rough month or whatever. So I'll eat some sweets or whatever. But as far as like for pure enjoyment, like I used to eat sweets and just for pure enjoyment all the time, and now I don't do that. So you know, like there's days when I have like I'm like 220, and then I just basically overhydrate, eat no salts, and switch over to like diet sodas and shit, and it's just water weight drops off, and then once the water weight's gone, then you can work on the real deal. But it's all about habits, man. I mean, I still got bad people. I still got bad habits. So that's why I drink the zero sugar and all that shit. I mean, that's not necessarily good to drink all the time either. But for the moment, it beats drinking the real deal. For the moment, it's benefiting me not to drink the real deal. Zero sugar, you get fucked up when your colon isn't clean, because then it'll build up in your colon, and then it build up in your intestines, and then it becomes poisonous, and then that's when it becomes cancerous. And that's when you drink an abundance of it. When you drink an abundance of it, it'll line your innards, and it'll build up. So it's good not to drink it all the time.
Yeah. Now this
drink some regular. Have like 2 or 3 days where you just like drink straight water and you flush it out.
Classic Mike Tyson movement. He used to do like so many shrugs with a 66-pound barbell, but dumbbells are better because you actually get more range of motion and mobility with it. And don't do it like people loaded up really heavy and they're kind of just going momentum based. This is about activation of the upper traps, which pull your shoulders up. So keep it away and keep your rear delts active. Pull it up to your ears, exhale up, inhale down.
Oh, so you're keeping the weights out there?
Yes, that's what makes it more challenging. That's what makes a lightweight feel heavy. If I'm going really fast and arms close, I'm not really working my traps. Right. I'm just looking like I'm moving weight, but the weight's really moving me.
Right, okay.
moving the weight with intention. It's away from the side.
Up fast, down
And
slow.
then really focus on getting all the way down to make it a mobility movement.
Up.
More range of motion,
Slow,
more
slow.
potential muscle gain.
Yeah, this is something that I used to do when I was a kid. I never knew the benefits of it. My coach had us doing this when I was 14, but I didn't have the arms out. I would just be like, exactly what you said. Rather than that, much more controlled.
100%. You either go through the motions fast to get it done, or you try to activate the target muscle. And that's what building muscle is all about. You don't need to be a bodybuilder. In fact, getting too much muscle can slow you down a bit in the ring, but
That's called,
as long as we're not going, too crazy with it.
too much muscle slowing you down is called Anthony Joshua. And that Anthony Joshua-ism leads to great disappointment.
You're trying to build the muscle in the target area. So if we're doing a bicep curl and you're not feeling your biceps work because you're swinging and going crazy, well, it might look cool or it might look great using a heavy weight. You're not going to build your biceps.
Right, okay.
Because you're using your whole body.
Yeah. Yeah, now you can put them down, mate. Now you can relax. You've had them for a lot longer than 3 minutes. Now we've done that 3-minute circuit. How often would you recommend doing this? And when would you do it? Would you do it before training? Would you do it before a warm-up? Would you do it after training, after you've got your boxing out of the way? What do you recommend on that?
So for beginners, you're new to this, you can treat it as like a quick 10-minute workout. Do the 3-minute round, rest a minute, just like you would in boxing. Do it twice more, you're done in 10 minutes. So a quick 3-round full upper body workout you could do as a great finisher to a main session, or maybe you have a strength day where we're training strength and the other day you're working your boxing skills. You can have it, doing it on a separate day might make sense. Advanced trainees, okay, you could start using this as a finisher.
Right, yeah.
So you do all your work and you add it at the end, or you do this 3-minute round with the dumbbells, rest a minute, work the heavy bag for 3 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So now you're bringing in that competitive fatigue. So
Yeah.
you go to the bag, the bag is going to be giving you way more resistance in terms of what it's going to feel like after doing this, and then you come back to this again, and now that same weight might feel twice as heavy, which is why, again, you'd want to start light on this. But that's a great way to really challenge your muscles on the bag and make it more upper body intensive by coming back and forth between dumbbell dynamite and 3-minute rounds on the heavy bag.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm going to go ahead and send a text to my job that I just got hired for, because I just got an even more cushier job right around the corner. And it might take me a week longer to start, but it's right around the corner, so I don't have to spend no money on gas. And that gas is going to easily be the greatest denominator. So I'm going to go ahead and let them know that I got a better job, just got a better job. That's the best way for me to put this. Unfortunately for you, I just have been offered a opportunity with unfortunately I have just been offered an opportunity with, I'm gonna save this message for the morning before I have to show up. I'm gonna tell them right before I have to show up. That's what I'm gonna do. So then that way I can call the other job to be sure that everything's afloat for my interview, and then we can see how fast they push me through the door, because they all know me in that place. So get my money. working out their pretty boy muscles too much, man. They don't care about the important stuff. Like the glutes, the thighs, and everything else. How you supposed to knock folks out if you ain't working out the right muscles?
But for this, you need to have some dumbbells. Now, if you haven't got dumbbells and you want to do a workout like Mike Tyson, click here and watch this bodyweight workout.
No, she could get her back blown out.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
We are proud to claim the title of United States Army. Wherever we go, you'll always know that the Army was calling us home.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Now, number one, first of all, I said the shuffle is so fast, it confuses you. And what would you do when I get shuffled? Most people forget what they're doing for a minute, they confuse them for a second. All I need is a fraction of a second. Or you either look down or you confused. Then what would you do if you was a fighter? You did what? I did all these shuffles. Well, you just telling me. Why are you getting on guard? Well, listen, I think you're going to do the shuffle. I done did it. You just did it? That's right. So fast, I couldn't fit. No, seriously, the shuffle is just, I'm bouncing. Don't hit me. I'm safe, right? I'm a little out of shape. I'm jumping around. And from there, whatever, put your guard up. You're not going to be jumping around. That's your position. That's your position. And we're boxing. And for a minute, I'm doing the shuffle. Oh, you're not as dumb as you look. Now, number one, first of all, I said the shuffle is so fast.
You're not as dumb as you look.
And what would you do when I...
Cus D'Amato is not a dumb looking dude, man. He looked very fucking analytical.
Hey, I can't do the waves right now. No, let's go start away. Let's go start away. Man, come on, man. Mike, get in. Don't put your leg up. Go! Yeah, you already. Let me do it. Please. Coach, please. I got it. Yeah. Coach. I mean, I got it.
Oh, man. He said, woo!
Oh, God, wait.
Man.
Hey, I can't do the waves right now. No, let's go start away. Mike, get in.
Man, get your ass in there. That coach like ice.
Yeah, you already.
So come on, man, get your.
Coach, I got it.
Get your.
I mean, I got it.
Oh, man. Oh, shit. Man, he is not ready for that shit. I don't even think he in there. It don't look like he in there. Oh, he is. And he just used to doing that shit. Motherfucker stupid.
I would describe myself as a fighter.
I'm gonna take me a break. I'll be back. I'm about to hit up the store real quick, spend money I ain't got, grab some shit. I need to stay hydrated. So yeah, hopefully what I might do is I might see if they got like a filtered water jug or something that I can get, and skip the middleman of buying bottled water. Whatever it takes, I'll find you. I'll hunt you down. And then I will kill you. Derrick Jackson.
I saw her feast.
Derrick Jackson. I'm gonna go ahead and borrow some of Coach's footage right here. You know, I hope he understands fair use. Fair use. Got the old milk dud head, Coach. Wait, why is this picture bigger than mine? Hold on. Let's make this
the
lifelike.
other day on his platform.
Hold on. Nah, bro. He ain't bigger than me. There we go. That's more lifelike. I know I'm bigger than you.
These guys are just preaching, they're saying this and what could go wrong and blah, 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 blah. Now your leader is sitting here on our side.
Yep, your leader. All them people who was riding all them females that's riding Derrick Jackson's dick instead of listening to their husband. You know, that's one thing that killed me about women in America. They get married to a man who they ain't going to listen to and listen to another man tell them what their marriage is supposed to be. There ain't nothing more disrespectful. A woman couldn't do nothing more disrespectful than that. Listen, if you're going to be married to somebody, abide by what they say the same way they got to abide by what you say. There's always going to be a point in time, regardless of who the man is, he's going to eventually do at least one or two things the woman wants him to do. He's got to. It all can't just be him, because that's what they're going to say. And he's only looking out for him and this and that. Hey man, I've been around chicks who dated jerks, and even the jerks gave them presents on fucking Valentine's Day and Christmas. I know people who ain't never give me a present on a present on any day. But they'll sit here and they'll marry somebody and not listen to them. It's like, why marry him then? You know you're an idiot, right? You know you destroyed your family, right? Why would you marry this man then? Because now he's got to fight you. He's gonna have to fight you every day to make something happen. And instead they go to this Derrick Jackson guy and listen to him boost their head up. Oh, you right, you know my value. My husband don't know my value. He married you. It doesn't matter how he treats you, he married you. That's the strongest. That's what a man tells a woman. I see you have, this is the utmost value that you can supply to me, is being the maiden of my kids, or to carry on my assets. I'm leaving my assets.
At a reality.
I'm leaving my assets, whatever I have as a legacy, to you as the recipient. That's literally what you're saying when you marry somebody. When a man gets married to a woman, he's literally telling her that. So to sit here and say, oh, well, you know, I don't know. It's just a bit petty to me. That shit's petty.
For 7 years, we've been having to listen to, well, Derrick Jackson says, but now we're in this hour of truth. They keep telling us that we're wrong, and we keep being right. We keep being right. Halo Strike says, D Jackson, the false prophet of black female delusion, has fallen. What do you do? Ladies, this is your opportunity.
Kevin Samuels been talking about this dude for the longest, man, when he was alive. He kept telling them, y'all want to listen to him boost your head up? Y'all want to sit here and pretend like y'all ain't got no issues, like y'all shit don't stink? Kevin Samuels said that plenty of times. Ain't nobody listened to him until he died.
This is your opportunity to come over to our side of the truth. We won't lead you astray. We won't tell you lies in order to monetize ourselves. In fact, it is very difficult to monetize this message because it is based in truth. And we want you to have this truth. We don't want you to be led astray. We want you sheeple to come and seek the guidance of the real men, the real masculine men in society, the men who are really trying to lead and not trying to lead you astray. We are here. We're not the blind leading the blind like Derek Jackson is over there. We're not the blind leading the blind like these hope strategists. We're not the blind leading the blind like these prosperity preachers trying to get black men in church by selling cannabis. We are the speakers of truth. We have the message. We have the correction of it. It is us, and it will continue to be revealed that it is us. Classy Beat says we need a poll. Who took the biggest L this year? Derek Jackson, Emi Udoka, or Kanye? This is the year of truth. Many mighty men have fallen because they have been led by their Johnson. Many mighty men have fallen going to Kate for their adulterous wife. Many men have fallen because they went along and tried to play the hope strategy out in the hour of truth. As Farrakhan used to say, the shock of the hour is here. There's no more Mr. Nice Guy. There's no more, hey, you know what? You can't tell me something's gonna happen because I believe in some fantasies or some sky daddy or whatever you're saying. You can't tell us that anymore. The truth is on our side. All right, the fake and the fraudulent are falling left and right. Hey man, this is an emergency show. There it is. There's my face off the screen.
He pretty much summed up the whole situation with marriage. If you do get married, this is pretty much how it's always going to go every single time. It depends, basically, whether you die before you get divorced or not. This is basically the full cycle. He got everything summed up. You got the engagement period where everybody's all happy and shit. Everything is sunshine, and then you got the honeymoon, and then everything is celebrating. Then you got a part where you start where you work hard, you accumulate some you accumulate some children. The bills go up. You got a car, you got a house, you got some sort of investments. You start to invest. That's an investment period. Then you start spending money on school trips and hospital and activities and all types of festivities and things that don't give you no money back. And then the wife becomes a feminist, gets her haircut, starts being all pro-female. Everything that she says is all geared towards the female, regardless of whether you have sons or not. And basically she'll try to dominate the whole relationship at that point. Then it'll spiral out into adultery if it hasn't already reached that point beforehand. And then once adultery reaches its peak, that's when the bait and switch pretty much initiates, because you've probably been getting cheated on in between all this stuff anyway. But when the cheating gets to the point to where she starts making an emotional commitment fully to whoever it is that she's sleeping with, maybe another man or a woman, that's when the bait and switch is activated. And basically the man is working as much as possible to make up for the fact that his relationship sucks, and he's trying to build up his money to keep everybody happy and pay for everything. But the wife starts having girls' nights out. She starts seeing other people even more. It starts to become more and more apparent. She actually doesn't make the effort to hide the fact that she's having an affair. And then comes divorce. Well, then comes the lawyers, divorce, all the cuts, lose the kids, lose everything. You lose all your stuff in life. You lose everything you work for. The court basically takes everything, all of your assets that both of you have, since somebody finally managed to manipulate her into taking you to court. And at that point, they take all of your assets and they split them down to see how much they can take off the cut, off the top. They take virtually 60% of everything that you have as far as monetary value and stuff like that to cover lawyer fees and cover court costs. And then the rest of it gets split off to her. Whatever's useless or whatever they can't make, whatever they have left, you have left to bargain with, gets pretty much distributed to her. And you basically get, your skateboard you had hidden in the closet. And family court, divorce, all that stuff's finalized. You're drinking yourself, sad. She's happy because she's celebrating the money. And she's like, I win. I finally got rid of him and got paycheck. Now I can go get my back blown out. And Laura's like, I win. Both you idiots are paying me.
And there's the marriage wheel. I came up with this marriage cycle.
So, okay, yes, it is absolutely stupid for a woman to get divorced. It actually is stupid, and it's stupid for a man to get divorced. If you're not gonna get married, don't get married. This is just that simple. If you get married, stay together. It doesn't do anybody any favors. You're not gonna do yourself a favor, and you're not doing her a favor. None of y'all doing each other any favors. You need to learn how to overcome your issues. You got married for a reason.
The marriage will. It's undefeated. Most of the marriages, if not all, will experience this exact thing. I know if you want to get married, you're going to say, not my marriage, not my woman. We have a love like no other love. All right, our love is fantastic, coach, and you just hurt and bitter. All right, but what I'm trying to do is help men understand what's going to happen. On the upper right side of the marriage wheel, you see it where there's the honeymoon period. The honeymoon period, the engagement, this is called the connection phase. This is called the connection phase, where most people are in their first year or two of marriage. So you count the engagement, you count the planning of the wedding, you count the good times, you count the times where you never argue, you count all of the times that are going to be great. You almost cannot lose here. Let me just tell you, as a point of reference, many people do not even get that far into relationship. Many people do not even get that far. You're lucky to even have an engagement and planning a wedding. But the people who get to this point oftentimes are in a hyped up hopium, sometimes hormonal enforced delusion that makes you believe you're going to overcome what everybody else has not been able to. Now, time will tell, but time is not the ultimate judge in if your marriage is successful. So you might say, hey, my marriage is successful. We're married for 20 years. Well, that's not even tipping the iceberg. That's just the tip of the iceberg. You still have 30 or more years to go to make it a success. So you see in the upper right hand portion of your screen here, this is the marriage wheel. You better read this and get it right, men. Women know this marriage wheel. I'm going to tell you, women know this. So in the right hand portion of your screen, you're gonna see where it says children, house, cars, bills, and then you're gonna see
that's one of the things. A lot of people are saying that there's no need for RP content and there's no need for RP space, and I don't believe that at all. I think that's one of the worst things you can do is delete the space, because most dudes are literally don't understand this. Most men don't understand this. None of this. They don't know that this is what's going to happen. They don't think that this is going to happen. They don't see this as a possibility of something that's going to happen. They think they're going to be right here, and then they're going to be right here, and then they're going to be right there, and it stops right there. Men don't think past all this stuff when it comes to things that they're hopeful about. So I believe that it's absolutely a necessity to have this type of content around. It's just, I believe content creators should make things a little more, put a little more variety to it sometimes. So that's why I don't watch certain people past 2 or 3 times, because it's the same stuff over and over and over and over.
Spend money on family trips, school activities, hospital care, and all that. That phase is called the investment phase. That phase is called the investment phase. Now, this investment phase is very important, gentlemen. This investment phase is very important. This phase is going to be anywhere from year 2 to year 12. In this phase, this is the things that you're probably going to do.
The investment phase is literally what seals your deal and exactly what type of numbers she's going to give the lawyers when you are going to get divorced. So the lawyers all know mind tricks, because it's like sales, for instance. When they teach you sales, they teach you how to actually manipulate the person and get into their psyche and break down who they are as a person. So you literally are not connecting with that person whatsoever. You're connecting with the things that make that person up, and you're basically you're making the person into an object, and you're making the things they talk about into who they are, and you're heightening the ego, whatever it is they identify with, and you're pushing it back in their face, and then you're taking it away, and you're taking it away faster than you push it towards them. So you push it towards them, you take it away, you push it towards them, and you take it away, and you keep doing that until they start getting FOMO, and then you know they associate themselves with whatever it is that you're trying to sell to them. So you know how to associate. So if they're not associated with whatever item you're selling them, then you're gonna force them to become associated with it. So you're gonna preach. You're gonna basically gonna preach them the values of what it is that you have to offer, and you're gonna pretty much put them in that. If it's a window, You're gonna tell them, imagine yourself looking out of your window. You're gonna literally give them that window in their head. In their head, you already gave them that window. It's already their window. And at that point, they start thinking about it like, well, it is my window. Yeah, that's your window. You own that window. And then you start taking the window away. And then they start fighting for the window that they never knew they wanted it. And once they start fighting for something, once they start fighting to get something that you basically are supposed to be selling to them, then at that point, then they sold. They're pretty much sold at that point. So now you can start talking about sitting down at the table, getting some numbers, taking money from them, putting them in a bad deal. All that stuff comes up. So that's the way I look at this shit, man. It's like most dudes don't see past a certain point. So it's good to educate them on this stuff, because they're literally most males I know grow up in households where a mother dominates. So since the mother dominates, you're pretty much going to be, for a better way of saying this, you're going to be pretty much cucked when it comes to relationship situations and relationship stuff. You're not going to know how to handle this stuff. You need the experience. You're not put on game. Girls are put on game early, so they can easily handle this type of stuff. You know what I mean? Females are put on game. They got grandma teaching them game. I mean, if you ever listen to your grandma, she's probably a feminist. Most people's grandmas I know are feminist. They sound conservative. They're conservative, but they're conservative feminist. If you know what I'm saying. If you just talk to, like, it's like this. Anybody will tell you anything as long as you listen long enough. Eventually, they're gonna start telling you something that you shouldn't be hearing. And once you hear it, then you can't unhear it. You're like, oh, okay, you're one of those. Gotcha. All right. I know you coming. I know where you coming from with this. I see what type of person you are. I know what you like.
To keep the marriage.
But it's like he said. He said they know all this. Trust me, they do know all this, because it's in their biology. It's what they were taught. They were taught that, hey, you can always divorce him. You can always do this. You can always do that. And they don't want to get to that point until they know they got enough of everything else. This is why this seems like they're fighting for a relationship. There's something over here that they didn't get yet, and they're waiting for it. Some women are cool, just getting a little bit of your attention. As soon as they get your attention, they cool. They like, all right, oh shit, I only slept with you because I wanted your attention. If they were as honest as us, that's what they'll say. I only slept with you because I wanted your attention. The sex sucked. Or I only slept with you because I wanted you to pay my light bill. The sex wasn't all that. If women were honest, that's what they'll say to you. I really didn't want to sleep with your ass, but I really needed my bills paid. So once they get to this point where they're past that, then they start calling the shots, because now they have a say so on how things go. And if they got a say so, they're gonna pretty much dominate the say. And get to this point, that's when she knows that you're emotionally invested. She knows you're financially invested and legally invested at the engagement point, at engagement planning and wedding. And then once you reach the honeymoon phase, she knows that you're emotionally invested, and you're basically on the hook. So once you're on the hook, it's time to start getting you to put more chips on the table, because you already put some chips. I need more. Nah, that wasn't enough. Nah, now I need you to start generating some damn money, man. Get to work. And that's why they look for certain guys who got certain things. Certain men who make $100,000, as they always say now. Certain men who basically got six-pack abs and stuff like that. Because the way they see it is hey, if you fail with the money part, at least I can have some good sex along the way, or just get attracted to your body. Even if you suck at sex, I can still get attracted to the idea. And everything else follows. But they all know this shit, man. Everything they do is for the bait and switch. Everything they do is planned out for, all right, now if I get with him, what can I get out of this? How can I get rid of his ass? How am I gonna get rid of him? He's nice, so I can do him dirty. He ain't gonna come back at me. He's an asshole. I can't do him dirty. He gonna kill me. That's how they think.
July. You gotta have children. Most divorces happen most divorces happen with children. There are some divorces that happen where you didn't have any kids. Very rare, and those marriages and divorces just come and go. You never really hear anything. There's really never any dust-ups unless one of the parties are significantly rich.
The children thing is a huge thing because that's such an emotional investment and a financial investment. That's a biological investment. It's such a heavy investment for both sides. Well, really, it's more of an investment for the man, but the woman, she basically takes ownership of the investment and turns it into a sole investment. She basically makes herself the sole proprietor of the child's care and the child's everything. And then basically they want the child to assume their identity, which is an identity of that is defensive against the father, and keeps the whole family basically in a one-sided what you call them things in a carnival, go round and round, you ride on it and it keeps going around. Yeah, seat wheel spinning wheel thing. Yeah, one-sided. It's half of it's missing, and that's why you really need both your parents, really. Because then when you get to certain situations that one parent's better than dealing with than the other, your dad might be a fucking asshole, but he might be good at dealing with other assholes. So if you never observe your father, you're not gonna know how to deal with whatever realm he lives in. If he's a man of the streets, when you get in the streets, you're gonna look like a fucking fool. I think it's absolutely necessary. I think it's an absolute necessity for children to always spend time around both their mother and their father, despite what type of sick person either one of them are. Because after you spend your early childhood with your mother, you got to spend time with your father to navigate the world the same way he does, whether you like it or not. That's why it's bad for the mothers to turn the children away from the fathers, because the father is literally your only example of how to deal with the world. The mother is not an example of how to deal with the world, because women maneuver in manipulation naturally. They pretty much slip in the background. They do what they need to do, and then from there they go around, and then they go around everything, or they get everybody in the area to go against whatever it is that is her problem. Just like it's consistent, and when you notice it, they turn you into an enemy. So if they see you in the background watching them or noticing what they do, or they know you up on game, they're either gonna make you the ally, and by ally I mean they're gonna pacify you with some type of friendship or some type of agreement, and then if you disobey that, then they're pretty much gonna come after you later and say you tried to do this to me, or you tried to do that, or they're gonna just straight up label you as an open enemy and tell everybody you're being a jerk to her, you're pushing her around, you're bullying up on her, and they pretty much take sides, and they're always going to take her side because people naturally just hate men. That's just how they built. Human beings are just built to hate men. That's just how we're built. Just distrust, because if you love all men the way you love women, then you're never going to kill men, and if you never kill men, nothing gets done. Things get done when you're able to kill men.
Get to the point where you want to have children. This is the building. This is what you invest. This is what she invests. She invests her body and time, and some labor, and you invest everything else. All right, everything that you are. You invest your seed, your money, energy, attention, and time. It's gonna go right there. Many women know not to leave until this investment phase is completed. See, this is our hour of teaching. Most women know not to leave until that investment phase is completed. The thing is, like
I just said, the investment point, that's exactly what I just said. And I haven't watched this before, but I already know what he's saying though. I watched his content plenty of times, but I already knew that's what how he was gonna word it. They won't leave until the investment point is reached. That's why women stay with abusive men, because it's something they're trying to get from him. And until they get it from him, they're not going to care. And that one day he comes out and he's like, you know what? I'm sorry I beat on you. I love you. I care about you. And this and that. And I won't ever do it again to you. She gonna jump all over his ass. She gonna be like, this is why I've been telling you why you don't ever treat me like this. Why you don't ever talk to me like this. Why you don't ever do me like this and this. She gonna get real brave all of a sudden. She wasn't brave for 10 years, but now she's brave as fuck. As soon as you show that vulnerability, boy, it's done. That's why some dudes don't do it at all. Some guys don't show no vulnerability whatsoever. They just stay an asshole, and for that they get left. But she comes back. They get left eventually. If she isn't getting what she wants, and she realizes, oh, I'm never getting what I want, she gonna leave him. She gonna do everything she did to the nice guy, but what she's gonna do is she's always gonna keep him in the back pocket. She's always gonna keep continuously giving him the access to her body, because basically she's still attracted to the fact that he didn't submit, and she's hoping that one day she could still get what she didn't get before. There's always that FOMO in the back of her head, and it isn't like a conscious thought always. It's most likely a subconscious thought. It's a subconscious craving for that, whatever it is that wasn't achieved. It's just like they can't lose. They can't face losing. So it's always going to be something that comes back up. That's why women really get stuck in abusive relationships, and they get stuck with Pookies and Tyrones and all that stuff. It's really actually pretty simple. Somebody's trying to get something that they think they're entitled to. They think they're good enough to get something that the other person did not want to give them.
Women will reference some of the dirty deeds that you've done during that investment phase, yet she didn't leave. Let me give you an example. She might say after the investment phase is completed, you cheated on me. You were a dirty dog. You were emotionally abusive. You were an alcoholic. I tried to make it work, and she will put in the time until that investment phase is completed, because she would be a moron to leave before the investment phase because she gets nothing out of it. Okay? So I'm teaching you here. They know what they're doing. They're gonna stick it out.
They know exactly what they're doing.
Phase is completed.
And see, that's the differences between different types of women. Every different nationality, every different ethnic culture, they all have a different point in this where they reach a different point. Some cultures actually block certain female tendencies to prevent them from ever getting to the point to where they get to the other side of this wheel. And it might be seen as harsh in the West, but in those countries they should be allowed to continue living the way they live, regardless of how the women feel about it, because whatever reason they're married for is their fate to deal with that. They should just stay together, let it be what it is, because life ain't about fun and all this other shit. Life's about duty. Specifically for women, they get to live their fun years early in a lot of Western areas, and then they can go to the side of duty, but they still aren't even given a sense of responsibility towards their duties at all. So really in the West, it's part of our culture to relieve them of any sense of duty or responsibilities whatsoever. The only duties they pretty much have is the duty of either reporting you to the authorities or the duty of taking your kids from you. This is pretty much the only duties they got, because without the man there'd be no children. They say without the woman, but I'm gonna keep saying without the man, because what is the woman without the man? How is she gonna fight wild pigs? Let me see how many wild pigs she's killed by herself in the wild with no training from a man. Clean off my controller a little bit. This shit dirty. Got these alcohol wipes, man. I got to get that Mr. Clean up in here, yo. Yeah, that's a little better. It's a little less gross. How would I rate the Wolverine Ultimate Edition? Solid controller. Thumbsticks are a little more loose than what I wanted them to be, but they're better than most standard controllers tightness. My biggest complaint is this damn D-pad. You see this D-pad here. This D-pad here. You push this, it slowly presses down, it lightly presses down the green plates on the inside, the buttons with the green plates. The buttons with the green plates tap one of these 4 inlet buttons, and then one of the 4 inlet buttons taps a micro switch, and the micro switch initiates whether the direction's on or not. So it requires a fair amount of force before the buttons are even pressed. So I can't rest my finger on the D-pad just to make a quick motion. I actually got to put the motion into it. So every input is separate. It's like separate buttons for everything. Very, very terrible D-pad for fighting games. Awful.
Right? She's not going to jump ship prior to that. She gets nothing. When I say she's not going to, I say in general. That's going to be like not all but most. So that phase is going to be important. I don't know if Derek Jackson had any kids, but the investment phase for him was his money. And now his money is starting to take a dip because his reputation is starting to take a dip. And guess who jumps off the bandwagon? The wife. And obviously she put up with his philandering for a period of time. It wasn't a secret that he potentially was out here slanging Johnson all around the American South. But when the money started taking a dip and her investment potentially is going to go off, she's like, it's time to run. She said, I'm out.
You gonna get my bag and run?
You see, this is called the investment phase. The next phase, as you see on your screen, is going to be very, very important. This is phase number 3. This is going to be the bottom portion of your screen where you see bait and switch and so forth and so on. So at this particular point, men can do this as well, but this is primarily women because women can change the rules of the relationship. And then if you don't cooperate with the change of the rules, you lose. You lose, sir. You lose. So the bait and switch is, she might say, we'll use it as for her. She might say, hey, I'm going to start going to girls' nights out. One or both of you might have an affair. She might say, we need to go to marriage counseling. We need to reignite the spark. I'm not going to cook for you anymore. She might cut her hair. She might gain weight. She might lose weight. You might gain weight. You might lose weight. You might start cheating on her, so forth and so on. And then the bait and switch then is going to be said, if you don't do this, the marriage.
Yeah, a lot of guys nowadays are telling, they're like, well, the man should be able to cheat if he's making a certain amount of money. And yeah, I agree with the sentiment of that because technically he's the one who has his neck stuck out. He has his neck stuck out. He's the one who's not going to be making a lot of money. He's the one who's going to be losing a lot of money, losing a lot of time, losing his sense of security. He's going to lose a great sense of security. Because the wife brings a sense of security. She brings social proofing and basically and guardianship over children. So you pretty much lose that, and you also lose your reputation. So for a man losing all the things he loses, maybe all his possessions, maybe his reputation, maybe his kids, like losing possibly his whole life's work because of one divorce. It makes perfect sense that the man should be able to basically sleep with other women outside of the marriage. If anybody's going to cheat. Doesn't make sense for the woman to be able to do it because she isn't putting the chips on the table the way he is. She'll say, oh, I'm paying half the bills. You're not paying 100% of the bills. Men generally pay most of the bills, if not all of them. So you can't say that you're paying half the bills and that's enough reason for you to cheat. or be unhappy. You're going to do the same thing with a roommate. Is it that hard for you to do the bare minimum? Is it too much for you to do the bare minimum and pay your half? I'll tell you what that is. That's working 2 weeks. That's called working a job for a week. And then working a job for another week. And collecting your paycheck. And then handing your paycheck over. And then the other 2 weeks is all you. It's all you got to do. It's not hard. So it makes perfect sense why a lot of guys say that. They're like, well, I'm the one who's bringing the value because I'm a plumber, or I'm the one who's bringing the value because I'm a welder. I actually have a skill or a trade or something that puts me in that bracket. I've elevated you to a different social status and a different lifestyle because of proximity. So if my proximity is strong enough, if the greatness of my proximity is strong enough to elevate you, then I should be compensated for my proximity, for my greatness. Woman cheating, that doesn't make sense. She literally isn't bringing none of that to the table. It's a lot of pandering and a lot of delusion. And people look at the sex aspect. Well, she's here with you. Yeah, you said she's not my property, right? Well, yeah, of course she's not your property. Like, okay. So, she's not my property. And she doesn't have to be loyal to me as you told her to. So, first of all, she doesn't have to do what I asked her to do. She doesn't have to be loyal. Oh, she don't have to have sex with you. Okay, so she don't have to have sex with me. She don't have to pay bills. She don't have to just sleep with me. So she can go out and sleep with whoever she want. She can not pay bills, and she can be lazy and not clean anything up or cook anything or help out with anything. And I'm supposed to give her everything for being useless? I mean, that's just my whole breakdown of this whole situation.
Marriage is over. Most marriages are over and kaput by then. Statistically, we're like talking about 70% when the bait and switch shows up. Now, the guys who say, okay, honey, I'm going to do what you're requiring me to do to keep the marriage going. You just volunteered yourself to be subservient in your marriage. Let me explain how this sounds. Happy wife, happy life. It's cheaper to keep her. I'll stay for the kids. Whatever you say, dear. Yes, dear. Okay, give me the honey-do list, so forth and so on. So many men are in this point of the relationship where they accept the change, accept the bait and switch. Okay, I'll cook on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You cook on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Okay, I'll help more around the house. Okay, I'll take the kids and drop them off to school in the morning. You start doing 70, 80% of the work, and she starts doing less and less. And you require less and less from her. You require less and less from her because you know at any point she can just pull the proverbial firearm and place it to your temple and say, you're going to lose everything you've invested in the investment stage. You're a government mule. Now, there's a lot of men in marriages just like this, and you call them successful marriages. Many people today are calling successful marriages men who were complicit to the bait and switch, who complied. Now, let's just say I ain't doing what she tells me to do. I'm not going to change. I ain't doing nothing.
At that point, that's when she's going to file for the divorce without telling your ass. The best thing to do is have that discussion about what you ain't going to do, and then you file for divorce before she does afterwards.
Well, then you go to stage number 4, which is the family court. That is when you're introduced to people like divorce attorneys, law judges, bailiffs, family court proceedings, mediators, child support, counseling for kids, counseling for you, counseling for the wife, marriage counseling, alimony, marital laws, access to your kids you start losing, potentially dividing up community property, losing half your assets, so forth and so on. And many times, some women are somewhat petty. They're doing this out of spite. And potentially law attorneys are going to corrupt her mind and tell her, you need to look out for yourself. Thus, this is why 80%, close to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. This is Derek Jackson. If you guys don't know, he is known as a relationship guru. A relationship guru. Let me go ahead and hit him with the crickets. Here we go. Derek Jackson. Over the past several months, my family and I have gone through many changes. Some of you have speculated while others of you have reached out to offer support as we privately established this new normal for ourselves and our beautiful children. So he does have children. He does have children. And unfortunately, these children are going to suffer because two people are selfish. If you stick around, I will tell you how people are so selfish that they are out here sabotaging their potential futures for their children. And they're doing it because the emotions have left the marriage. I've been telling you for a long time, love don't last. So you must have something else that you build your relationship on. And people kept calling me a fool. No. Love lasts. Listen, this is not an argument on whether love lasts. This is an argument to instruct you that you better have something else that you build your relationship on, because when the love does go, and it will, you better have something else keeping that marriage together, because if the love goes, or if the love and respect goes, you got nothing. And then you're going to put your children behind the 8 ball and blame the white man when you're sabotaging your kids in the fraudulent co-parenting system of America, as you guys completely destroy and destruct your kids, believing that they can live out of a suitcase and a backpack for the next 15 years of their lives, and you're doing what's in their best interest. You guys are phonies. You guys are phonies.
Phony baloney, John Deloney.
To make yourself feel better as you throw and imprison them in the Boys and Girls Clubs and the YMCA babysitter clubs with the future criminals of America. Okay, you guys are doing this, and you're excusing your behavior and blaming everybody else but yourself. Selfish human beings. You guys are selfish human beings, and this is another result of it. These two people are gonna destroy their kids. Here we go. Earlier this year, he says, I was slinging Johnson around Atlanta metro area. I was paraphrasing. Earlier this year, after much prayer, here we go, counseling, and deep consideration, we decided to go our separate ways and file for divorce. I wonder who did. Making the decision to file was one of the hardest decisions of my life, but I found peace knowing that our mission of raising healthy children, starting with healthy and whole parents, is still being accomplished. False. Here's the thing. This is why I am very, very disappointed.
Yeah, once you split the kids up, you put them in different households, man, it's impossible for them to be healthy. Because if the physical drops, the mental is going to be there, but the mental's not going to be there all the way. And if the mental drops, it's just impossible, man. I mean, kids need both their parents if they're going to be raised in the household. I mean, unless you're raising your children in the battlefield to be warriors, then you don't need all of that shit. But if you're talking about making a fully functional person for society, which that's what we're supposed to be building, is people for society and not cave people or nomads. I'm a nomad. I don't like staying in one place. I don't like being in one place. I don't like working in one place. I don't like doing one thing or being stuck somewhere forever. I like to go out and do different things. That's just how I am. But you talking about like building a person who isn't a sex fiend or who isn't have a mental disorder, you're gonna need both parents, and both parents got to be in proper order.
And marry people today.
That's the only way it's going to work.
I'm very disappointed in you. And the reason why I'm very disappointed in you is because you are out here not warning men. It is the married men that are not warning men. If you get my free book that is on my website, gregadams.com, I got a free book that tells you 52 things that all men should consider prior to making the commitment of marriage. And these things should be followed before you walk that aisle. But many married men are not warning men. And if you do it, it's a slight warning. And the people that do are in these relationships often want to tell you when it's too late.
Yeah, they always do that.
Men when it's too late. I already done walked that aisle. Now you want to tell me y'all argue left and right in your 30-year marriage. Now you want to tell me you sleep in separate rooms. Now you want to tell me you tired of this old woman haggling you.
You make it seem like they make it seem like it's so good until you have to deal with the real bullshit behind it. And the thing about it is that nobody wants to put their business out on Front Street. So everybody's always going to sell you the nicest version of whatever it is that's going on. So you really always going to lose in that situation whenever you model what you got going on after somebody else. You really never know what you're going to get. But until you know what you're going to get, then you expect what you're going to get, and then you call them out on that BS. And there's some guys who realize that calling them out don't work, and there's other guys who realize that if you're going to call out in a way that's constructive. Call out in a way that puts them on Front Street in front of their friends and their family. Call them out in a way that's like, hey, this is a monster here, man. You see what she's doing? This is unacceptable. There has to be public. The way I see it is that women need a peer group. Men need a peer group too. The peer group is supposed to be the man's weapon against the woman. You need a group of people who are all going to look and see if she's fucking up and be like, man, that's one fucking despicable bitch. If you have a group of men, or you have a group of friends, group of women, group of men and women who all are your peer group, you have like 10 or 12, 20 friends, and when something bad happens, they know you're not the bad guy. That's going to keep her from being the bad guy. Because she can't disobey the power of the peer group. She's got to be a good person in front of everybody, even if she's a bitch. It's got to be because she was victimized or something like that. She's always got to be the hero. That's literally how it works. If you make her the villain, she isn't going to be able to handle that. So she's going to do whatever it takes to stay in line in front of other people. And if y'all break apart, then she's going to make it seem like she's going to try to talk to everybody first and make it seem like it was you. It's generally how it works. It's a good way to kind of combat that shit. Because when women cheat, it destroys families. When men cheat, it creates families. It's funny me saying that.
You ain't got no tender love.
And I'm not saying it's okay for men to cheat. All I'm saying is I'm not leaning to the woman's area. I'm not leaning to give them favor because they don't do nothing for anybody else. And now they're riding the wave of we need to be here for these men and understand these men who are suffering. Like, you can't understand the reason why women should not speak on the behalf of men is because they're still women, so they don't see the men who are not good enough. Like, I've witnessed this shit myself. You can literally not be good enough. Like, if you're good enough, you're either going to get love or hate. Like me, I get love or hate. So to some women, I'm good enough to be hated on, or I'm good enough to be flirted with, or I'm good enough to be taken advantage of. But to some other guys, they get ignored completely. So they're not good enough to even have the energy expended on their ass. They literally ain't good enough for it. So those men are never going to be acknowledged, whether she acknowledges them or not. It's only going to be because that's either A, their mother, B, their cousin, C, their auntie, or D, their grandma. That's literally the only reason why they'll be acknowledged by a woman. And that's just the truth. If you're not handsome enough, you don't have enough money, you're not buff enough, or you don't have a good enough personality, you're not going to be noticed. It's just how they work. So they should never talk about red pill content or man content. They should be talking to the women only and specifically. They should not talk to the men in a guidance way or a counseling way because they still don't see you. You can tell them what's wrong and they'll tell you something that doesn't help you. It sounds like it's helpful until you do it and then you realize you're destroying your life.
In the last 10 years, now you want to tell me you should have told men before that. You should have told men. See, what married people do. What married people do is what they do is they live their marital life in public. But when their marriage is going south, they never warn anybody. And I know why they don't do it, because you don't want to talk negative about your spouse. But this is where the fraud is perpetrated, because while they're out here defending each other while they're out here, and his wife was recently just defending Derrick Jackson, and they were going through marriage counseling. They were sending up prayers to Sky Daddy.
Shit, counseling.
And they were out there.
Counseling is where the marriage really falls apart, to be honest. And I remember her saying that about the whole, you don't talk about my husband, this and that. Anybody who talk about us need to stay the fuck out of our marriage, and God bless you. And it's like, you know, you guys put y'all marriage out there as a successful marriage in public. So just know the divorce is going to have to be out there in public too, because you made it all of our business by telling us. If you didn't want us to know, don't talk about it. Don't use it as a way to brag in front of us.
They're looking for peace, and they were out there defending their marriage at the same damn time. A lot of people are on the verge of divorce, and they never warn anybody else. They never say, God dang, man, I'll learn. It is not until the paperwork is filed that they then start speaking out, and then they want a little bit of privacy at that. Oh no. And this is where you men make a mistake. All of a sudden we want privacy. No. That's not the way you teach men. You don't handle this inside when you've been parading your wife and masquerading as a successful couple the entire time. You got to go ahead and roll that ass, red carpet ass out now. Roll that red carpet.
Roll that shit back out so we can see.
Step the deconstruction of you as an individual, the deconstruction of your family, the deconstruction of your children.
Yeah, I'm so exhausted. I look like I've been smoking pot.
To them, not coming up here saying you're going to become whole. You're going to become whole. You're dividing your family up into pieces. You're chopping them up, and you're scooping them into the damn Tupperware and putting it in the refrigerator and keeping them as leftovers. It's over. It's over.
Yeah, the problem with this shit is that they're so detached from like our mindset, the things we think, the stuff we go through. They're so non-empathetic towards our situations completely that they don't even give a fuck. They don't care if they're endangering their kids. They're just very much selfish beings to the core. They literally don't care about if they're destroying the family or whatever. They think they're doing the right thing, but all they're doing is being slaves to an agenda that somebody who has a lot of money is telling them to do. It's really somebody who's really, really rich, who's just pushing all this stuff, and they can really controlling your whole family and your whole situation in order to use you as a social test. And for some weird reason, they're not capable enough to realize that they're being manipulated at the highest degree for that very purpose of destroying their family to generate more and more consumer funds straight to the economy. That's all they really do, is create multiple sources of income straight to the government's pocket and straight to the corporation's pockets. That's all it's for. Literally, if you take a step back from the whole situation, if you get two people together and they make a family and they both generate income, or one generates income, if they kept things together as their family, the money would be spent as a collective. But if you tear the family apart, the money's going to be spent in many different directions. The kids might want to spend their own money because they don't have a dad that says, no, we don't have the money. The mom's going to give the kids extra money from the dad to spend however they want to. Then the mom's going to spend money however she wants to. Normally she needs somebody to tell her, hey man, don't buy that damn purse. That shit's stupid. It's ugly and you're going to get tired of it in a week. And then she's going to say, why would I get tired of that purse? Because of this red stripe right here. And you're going to realize once you get this purse that it goes together with none of your stuff. And then she's going to think about that. And if she respect you, she's going to be like, you know what? You're right. I'm not going to, I'm good. I'm not getting this shit. I'm like, well, we can spend some of this money on this and you can have this and that instead of this stupid purse. And then she could jump in and say what she really wants out of that. She can find 3 other things she wants and be satisfied with that for the time being. And save a little money too. But that second thought doesn't exist when you only got one person running the show. There's no second thought. There isn't a, wait, let me think about this for a minute. That doesn't exist. It's just more like I'm going to act off of impulse. And when somebody's emotional, it's not good to it's not good to allow them to be able to just make impulsive decisions. Because one day they're going to have a full head of hair, and next day they're going to be bald headed with horns sticking out of their head, looking like Darth Maul. I'm just saying, man, like emotions are what makes us alien. They're not what makes us human. They're what makes us alien. Emotions are what makes us animal. If you look at animals, they very much have emotions. If you watch cats and dogs and everything, look at animals. They're pure emotion. They're literally pure emotion. They get pissed off at each other. They get sad. They get all that stuff. Animals get fully emotional, like people do. But animals lack that sense of emotionlessness. That's what they lack, and people can have that. Human beings can be emotionless. So you're a robot. You're a robot. Like, dude, a robot is a manifestation of a human being. So even a robot is more human than most humans, because it's a creation of human. It's a reflection. All humans' creations are a reflection of themselves. Whatever it is that they have internally, that's what they can conjure up into the world. It's the only thing that you can pull out is what you have within you. So when you fix whatever it is in you, then you can fix the world. Until then, don't try to fix the world. It's amazing though, man. People don't really see it. These chicks really don't fucking see it. These dudes don't fucking see it. When they get married and they split up, everybody's taking a check home but the two who just got divorced. Literally. All y'all doing is just giving your money to other people. When you really think about it. Half the time y'all weren't going to interact with each other anyway, but now that y'all not interacting with each other, she thinks she's going to get more money than you. She doesn't realize she has to pay for the most expensive service in the United States. Lawyer service. That's the most expensive occupation you can pay for. The more expensive than the doctor. A lawyer is more expensive. And she wants to spend all her money, all y'all money, paying for the most expensive occupation in the country to fulfill her emotional needs. And that's not their job. They can't do it. They're not going to fulfill her emotional needs. It's virtually impossible. So it's best for people to just stop fucking cheating. It's best for people to stop getting married. If you're not going to be married, don't get married. Just stay single. Seriously. Don't get married if you're not going to get married. If that's not the person for you, don't get married. Just because you sleep with multiple girls and y'all all have a rotation, don't get married to them. Don't do it. It's not worth it for either side. It doesn't work for either side. No point. Stay single. If you live in single, stay single.
And you want to perpetrate a fraud out here acting like you're going to make this work. Game over. Nah, man, let's deal with the hour of truth. Let's deal with what we're doing. We're destroying each other for our own selfish pleasures of proving that the Romeo and Juliet tragic tales of romance can work.
Yeah, there really ain't no way around that shit.
What's the matter, Bruni? Oh, what's the matter, Bruni?
God dang biscuit eating dog.
I'm a father of 3 and a grandfather of 5. I've been a school teacher all my life.
No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Amen. Yeah. The Lord will not put more on your shoulders than you can handle. No, y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me though.
Amen.
I said the Lord will not put more on your shoulders than you can handle.
Amen. Go on, Pastor.
Y'all a little quiet. Y'all still ain't hearing me. The Lord will not put more on you than you can handle.
Amen. Amen.
Is it too early? Is a 5 a.m. service too early for God?
Yes.
Okay. Since y'all not hearing me, all you motherfuckers going to hell. All you. Everybody. You in the back. You outside. Everybody.
Not me. No.
Especially you, Brother Smith. What? Mister, I only come to church on holidays and when we cooking.
We out early on holidays.
And you too, Brother Craig.
Excuse me.
Sneaking around with Sister Keisha.
Sister Keisha.
Getting cutty from your Bible study, buddy.
Ooh.
Oh, my ass, Sister Dominic. Your ass ain't paid your tithes in 9 months.
I'm going through something.
Broke ass bitch. Yeah. Brother Brandon.
Don't do me.
You're gay. You're gay. You're gay, nigga. Stop hiding it. And stop coming to church with your gay ass. God been clear about your kind.
It's giving homophobia.
And Brother Anthony. You going to hell just because you ugly, nigga. Hell. You going to hell, amen?
You going to hell just because you ugly, nigga. That junk is ugly as fuck. All right, man.
Yeah. There's all kinds of shit. Do you know Sweden became an economic...
And that Toyota look weird. I bet it look futuristic as fuck on the inside. All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and close the doors and end this. You know, it's been good chilling, but I'm very sleepy, and I gotta wake up in the morning to make some calls, and then let some people down, and then build some other people up, and hopefully make some money pretty damn soon. Cause that's what it's about. You make that dough, Ray, me money, and you shove it in your pocket, and then you smiling, you're like, yeah, money, rich. And that's what it's about, man. Get that dough. Every ounce of dollars. I'm not a big money dude, like obsessed with money or nothing, man, but I understand the importance of it. You know what I mean? A lot of folks don't understand the importance of money. Money is very important because without money, you have no freedom. Not in this world. Everybody's going to take your freedom away from you or keep you in a box. So it's good to always go and try to make some damn money. Get out there and go make some bucks and make the dream happen. Anyway, I got to get the hell up out of here. So with that, I will leave you with this to look at. Yeah, Donald Trump with a man bun. Yeah. Stare at the man bun. I'm out.